Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Deon Ruiters. I am the national. Yes, we're starting. Welcome to the Npa Dialogue. We have our sign language interpreters over here today, and I'd like to quickly introduce our sign language interpreters for our sessions. Now I don't have your names. I just know Beryl and Unati. Next to me is Unati, and Beryl will then be the one that will be doing the sign language after them. They've got a good way of somehow working with one another and just tapping on one another's shoulders, and then the other person will take over after 20 minutes. So welcome to our Npa Community Dialogue for the 29th of April. Today we have a full lineup of speakers. We will have Ms. Abongile Khwaza. She will be doing the presentation on Help a Girl campaign, informing us of her campaign where she are dealing with calling for menstrual health to be recognized as a human right. So that will be Ms. Abongile Khwaza's presentation. And then Mrs. Natalie Ruiters will do a presentation on case law to statutory law and how we can advocate that these decided cases be then brought into a framework of statutory law. So that will be later on today. The enforceability of parenting plans, we will decide a little bit later on whether we should let it stand over, but we will make a decision a little bit later on and make sure that Mr. Eugene Opperman have an opportunity to do his presentation on grandparents' rights. And Mr. Opperman is right and ready to proceed. I know there's a lot of people that are waiting to hear Mr. Advocate Jeandre Goliath. Advocate Goliath will be with us a little bit later on during the course of today, where he will then summarize the maintenance legislation. We are 4 months into our program, so Mr. Advocate Jeandre Goliath will be here, where he will then do a summary of the application process as well as of the civil attachment process. Later on, hopefully by August or September, we will do a presentation, or I will do a presentation on Section 31 prosecutions of the defaulters that are in non-compliance of the order, the maintenance order. Then we will deal with those specific cases. Then we will, then after Advocate Goliath's presentation, have a special award that will be given to one person that is available today, pertaining to we are looking for people that are doing excellent work as far as family law is concerned. We are looking for individuals, and we decided initially it was just going to be for, in the case of people that are in the maintenance framework. That means a maintenance officer, maintenance clerk, or a maintenance investigator. We've decided to open it up so that it can't be seen as nepotism, that we are just looking after a certain group of people, but we're actually looking at anyone else that are doing something for a child or a mother or for a family, not just in the Western Cape, but anywhere in South Africa, where we can get them somehow rewarded or just saying thank you for the good deed that they've done. And the one that we have decided to grant the award for this month will be made known a little bit later. And this person have been doing excellent work over the last few years in the field of maintenance, and we will then make involvement known. Then we will also have the paper 157 discussion further. Initially, we would have dealt with both chapter 8 and chapter 9. I think we've got some time towards when the SA Law Commission will introduce the paper in Parliament, and therefore I decided I'm only going to concentrate on chapter 8 for today. And I thought I'll make it a little bit more practical in showing how you actually attach a pension fund, and not just to give you the theory of what is in paper 157 chapter 8. That's not what it is. You've got a course outline, a handout with all the information. I'm not going to regurgitate that what is already over here on paper. That is for you to read at home whenever you get at home and want to read more. I want you to understand the practical way that we in the maintenance courts go about to attach a person's pension fund in a case where it's in default. The paper 157 goes a little bit further than just the attaching and explain the theory behind it and what happened from the Mgadi case right to the whole process of the case sinisters if there's something going on. So Malone will take some time before he gets into me barcoding his name tag in order for him to be also then be barcoded. But if you have on your phone a barcode scanner or a QR scanner, what I want you to do for all the people on your phone, you don't have to sit in the right over here. We are trying to get the right information at the right time, and do not make a mistake and then go and tell their family they heard something, and then the family says, no, but it's not like that. You say, yeah, but yeah. And you can WhatsApp that specific presentation to your friends or to your family or to your church group, wherever you want to. The Npa Community Dialogue is out there to inform and empower society, and that's what we want to do. We want to make sure that all of our people in South Africa, not just the Western Cape, get all of this information firsthand as we make that information available, and that we can share amongst our friends and family and in our communities to whomever need to get this information, whether it's on maintenance, whether it is on domestic violence. We want to make sure that you understand family law and how the family law courts are supposed to assist you. Um, After my presentation on the SA Law Commission's paper 157, chapter 8, then we will ask Ms. Arnel Ras to come and do a presentation on the maintenance complaint process or domestic violence. If any of you have a problem in the family courts, whether it is in domestic violence or whatever it is, all you can do is to then file a complaint at your local court with the court manager or with the area court manager, and if they don't respond to your complaint, then you can file a complaint with the regional office, the Department of Justice's regional office, and the details of the regional head. All of that is supposed to be at the entrance of the court buildings. If you get to a court building, first thing you need to do is take a picture of that information board. There you will get the details of the court manager, area court manager, and the director of court operations in the Western Cape or in your specific province for the people that are online. All of that information is available online to whoever needs that information. You just need to know where to go, and that is what Ms. Arnel Ras will do. She will explain how you can get any of that information and how you go about filing your complaint in a case where you have got a complaint against a maintenance staff or against a domestic violence staff member or any person of the Department of Justice that are not doing what they are supposed to be doing. If any person is rude to you, she will explain the complaint process. How do you complain in a case where a justice official is rude to you or not doing what they're supposed to, or in the case where a magistrate is rude to you, or any court official, if they are in any way where you feel offended by what they are saying, we will show you the process of how you go about making sure that your rights is enforced. So the one of Ms. Nelras is an excellent presentation. I've seen the content and it is on your handout that you can take with you. If there's pages missing from the printout, I had to quickly print this morning. Load shedding is bugging everything up. So if there's a page missing, because I know some of your handouts is only from page 40 to 42, and the police officers already asked, where's the other pages? I said, no, it's just the commissioning of the documents that's on that pages. So please bear with me. It's the way I copied it this morning. But the one online is full, and the one that you'll be able to barcode scan, all of that has got all the pages. So please make sure that you keep your phone ready. And don't worry if you'd missed it. There is the barcode on more pages than that specific page. So you can still scan that barcode from the screen. If not, you can also find the printout. The printout is also done in such a way that you can scan it and will be able to then WhatsApp that specific presentation to any of your friends or family. While you're sitting here, you can say, look, my boo, look where I am. I'm getting all the information you're missing out. That's what you can do. And then towards this afternoon, Mr. Eugene Opperman and I will just explain about the Npa Community Dialogue on domestic violence that we are planning for the 6th of May. The 6th of May, please register early. We initially wanted to register on different platforms and then bring all of it together, but we already have more than 700 people that are registered online. So because of that, we're not going to use Quicket this month. But as from May, the 27th of May's presentation or community dialogue, we will be using the Quicket service. Quicket graciously accepted that they will assist us with the administration and registration of people. So Quicket is how you will be able to register. The details is on there, but don't do it for the 6th of May. We just want to make sure that all of it is being kept at one place for now. But just to make sure that Mr. Opperman is not sitting with all the admin, we've decided to look at other means that we can somehow streamline our work and see whom of those people are registering online and then don't attend. We are planning to start to punish them and tell them, no, you can't come anymore, and no free handouts for you in a case where you are registered and then you don't attend. Yeah, that's our program for today. But before we start, I need to hand over to our MC, the most important lady, and that's Ms. Bongile I pronounce the surname. She will say that for you, and then after that, I will then do chapter 8 to start off with. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Ruiters. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's Npa Community Dialogue. My name is Abongile Khwaza, and I also just want to take a moment to just welcome everyone who's taking the time and watching online today. Welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. So today I'm going to be your MC and your host. So just a few things, just a little bit of housekeeping before we proceed. Free parking is available outside, all around the building in Pepper Street, Van Leeuwen Street, Baden Park. So if you need to move your vehicle to park in the free parking, you're welcome to do so. You can just go to the back, the ambassadors are there and they will be happy to assist you, show you where to park for free parking. Then the bathrooms are also available. So you just out the auditorium on your right, and then you turn left. Just look out for the signs, or just ask one of our ambassadors and they'll be able to show you. And today, one of the ambassadors actually, or some of the ambassadors, they actually decided to prepare some cakes and some refreshments for us, which are available complimentary though until 11. So if you haven't grabbed something, please do go to the back and just grab something to eat. And then after 11, then everything will be on sale. And obviously, as Advocate Jeandre Ruiters has mentioned, we now have this new system which we'll start using for the May dialogue, Quicket. We actually tried it today. It actually works and it's very efficient. And it literally took me less than a minute to register. So you have to register for yourself and for the children. Talking about children, again, one of our ambassadors decided, you know what, we are trying to remove all these roadblocks and barriers to parents coming to this dialogues, and she decided that she's going to create a safe space for our children to come and be entertained and be taken care of while we are here in these dialogues. So parents, you can bring your children. At the moment, though, the number of children that we can accommodate is about 20. But if we get more volunteers to come and help us out in the kiddies room, then we'll be able to accommodate more and more children. So if you want if you would like to volunteer and be part of the ambassadors for the children's room, you're welcome to speak to us after the dialogue. Yeah, so we're going to start today's dialogue with our very own Advocate Deon Ruiters. He's going to talk to us about paper 157, chapter 8. So I always just say, in this community, we are hands-on. We're not waiting for one day when things happen. We are using what we have in our hands today to create the change that we want to see in the maintenance system. And I believe one of those ways that we can actually actively participate in the process is actually paper 157. So I want to encourage everyone at home and everyone sitting in this auditorium, let's start downloading and printing paper 157. Let's go through the chapters, see which chapter actually speaks to your situation, and take that chapter, study it, see how it affects you, and see how you would like to see change in that specific chapter. For example, I'm choosing chapter 4 because it speaks to me, it makes sense to me, and it has affected me. So I'm going to study chapter 157. I'm starting to obviously write notes and prepare because I'm also going to make submissions as well. I'm going to share my story. So I would like to encourage us, because it's no longer just the selected few standing up, rising up. It's all our duty and responsibility to start rising up now and taking part in this law-making process. But Advocate Deon Ruiters is going to tell us more on paper 157. Advocate Deon, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We will start on page 27 of the handout. For those of you that have a copy of the handout, if you look at page 27 of the 42 pages, that's what I will be dealing with. We are dealing now with chapter 8 of future maintenance. And That's the specific chapter that we're going to be dealing with. Those of you that are in the auditorium, I want you to show me if these things are working so that I know I'm on the right track or if we are on the wrong track. Those of you that have QR scanners on your phone, please point it towards the screen and see if you can then scan that in. Thank you, Sandra, just so that I have an idea whether these technology is working. As I said, the other sign language interpreter is over here. Her name is Ms. Beryl Botha, that is busy. Sandra is showing thumbs up, it's working. So those of you that are, and Eugene is also showing me that it's working, if you will be pointing towards your TV at home or towards, not towards the cat, towards the TV at home, then it's going to work. Otherwise, the poor animals is going to think that you're going crazy with the technology going on these days. The ones at home, you will be able to then scan the barcode in on your TV and will be able to get it. If you have a printed copy, please try and tell us whether when you scan the printed copy, whether that barcode over there works. That's one of the initiatives by my dear friend, Mr. Opperman. He taught me these things, so blame him for it. I never knew about Bitly. Poor Bitly is working overtime. You can only get a certain limit. I'm way over that limit, and last night I was eventually kicked off because I just go on a spree having to get these barcodes just to make sure that I can get the electronic copy to people. So just want to brag a little bit about the things that I found out that you can do. So now next time. So what I wanted to start off with is just to give a little bit of a type of a background summary of what we've discussed so far. And I thought that it is important that you understand, I don't know why, Bongile was somehow your voice get out so clearly, but when I speak, then okay, it's because I need to do what you do and go close to this thing, and I can't do that. My poor back is not going to be able to do it, but I thought it's important for us to understand what paper 157 is all about. And the online viewers, as well as the people that are in the venue, Paper 157 deals with the proposed amendments that the Law Commission is planning to bring about as far as maintenance is concerned in South Africa. This is an opportunity for us as civil society to get together and come and say what Paper 157 actually, what maintenance mean for them. And it might not be you, it might be one of your friends or your colleagues that's saying that they have to go to the maintenance court. Every time you hear they're going to the maintenance court, but you never hear that they're smiling. I came from the maintenance court, I got an order, whatever the case might be. And this is an opportunity for civil society to come together and say, this is what is wrong with the system. For us in Cape Town, it's even easier. We can participate in Parliament. We can go to Parliament and tell Parliament how we feel about a specific piece of legislation. In 2011 already, Minister Jeff Khadebe, got or sent a request to the Law Commission requesting that they should look at improving the maintenance system the way it was in 1998 already. If you look at the preamble of the 1998 Maintenance Act, it's acknowledged that there are problems with our maintenance system and that we need to improve it. 1998 is 25 years ago, a quarter of a century already. The Maintenance Act already acknowledged that there's problems with the maintenance legislation the way it is. It took 13 years till 2011 for Minister Khadebe to bring that request to the Law Commission and say in 2011, please can we look at improving the maintenance system. Another 11 years, precisely 11 years later, from 2011 when Minister Khadebe gave the request, in 2022, Then we got the SA paper 157 that was then introduced. There was a Hoekstra Commission paper specifically dealing with maintenance, where the old retired Judge Hoekstra then gave his assessment of maintenance legislation as it is in South Africa. And from there, we came to paper 157 that was introduced in Parliament, not in Parliament, to the public as paper 157. It was not introduced in Parliament yet. The next step from the Law Commission after the public consultation, then the next step will be that the public can now also participate and say how they feel about the maintenance legislation and give their inputs, whether it is about mediations. And I know my dear friend where she's going to be making her presentation to Parliament. And that is what it's all about. The Npa Community Dialogue is trying to inculcate or show you that this is the paper. How does it affect you? Or even if it doesn't affect you, how did it affect your aunt? How did it affect your family in whatever they wanted to achieve with the maintenance system? So the first chapter of paper 157 gives you a broad background and information about what the Act is all about. And then in chapter 2, then you get the different approaches to maintenance matters. And one of it is the approach to mediation. And the Law Commission is recommending that we should consider having mediation being employed by maintenance officers and by public prosecutors in order to bring about change for that specific couple. A mediation is taking off in a big way in South Africa. There is almost 32 pages. It's the biggest chapter in paper 157 that is completely dealing with mediations. Except for that, there are other bills that are also in Parliament. There's an ADR bill or ADR position paper, also a paper by the Law Commission, paper 148, dealing with alternative dispute resolution in family matters, also dealing with mediation. And if you read that ADR paper 148, then on page 111 of that paper, you will see that they are also talking about a mediation bill. So there seems to be a separate bill that will also come about dealing with mediation in the next few months. So mediation is going to take over in a big way in South Africa. And if there are some of you individuals that are working as pastoral counselors or whatever the case might be, if I can give you some advice, try and do a mediation course and accredit yourself as a mediator. If you do that, you will have another skill that you can use in order to heal our society. And all of us can participate in it. It doesn't just need to be those psychologists, psychiatrists, and those type of people. It can be normal people like us. And I've seen some of the mediators that have gone through the system, and it's just people that have a heart to listen. The negative thing about chapter 2 of the paper 157 that I made my recommendation on is that I'm of the opinion that public prosecutors as well as maintenance officers should not be the ones doing mediation. Because if you look at what mediation actually is, mediation is not just listening, okay, how much money do you want, ma'am? 100 rand, sir, 100 rand. End of it. That is what our maintenance courts do whenever they negotiate these type of maintenance agreements. And that's not what mediation is. Whenever a father leaves that mediation, he should feel as if he is heard. His rights is also being heard. That he feels that somebody listened to me and that I'll be able to see my child. I'm not just giving maintenance money every month, but I can't see my child. And that is where this chapter is heading, dealing with maintenance. The only negative thing about it is they recommend that maintenance officers as well as public prosecutors should be maintenance, should be mediators. Mediation takes at least 2 hours to 3 hours to do. A public prosecutor cannot come and say that I'm going to quickly do a mediation, because a quick mediation is 2 hours long. Prosecutors do not have that time. Maintenance officers do not have that time. Mediators do have that time to listen to the deeper hurt of both parties, whether it is the applicant, the mother applying for maintenance. But for the last 2 years, you haven't been there. I took care of the child on my own. And you have to pay maintenance. You will not get geld, you only want money. Then you can understand why it is happening. And where both of them can come and bring and show how fragile they are. I just wanted to see my child from a father. Or where it is, you didn't support me as a mother. And that is what that whole chapter is all about. So please read it if you have some time, paper 157. If you want a copy, please look at the www.childmaintenance.org.za website, and you can download it from there. Or else, what I think we can also do is we can make the paper 157 available and barcode it, and then you just hold it towards the screen. Bitly is going to tell me out one of these days, but it's fine. As long as the South African public get that information. Then what you do is just point it towards the screen on the 6th of May. Maybe I'll get more people coming and filling this venue. 6th of May, and then you'll be able to scan the barcode and we'll be able to then get the essay paper 157. I will make sure that I have it available to those of you. But if you want to, just Google Essay Law Commission paper 157 on maintenance and you will get it. Or you can also Essay Law Commission paper 148 on alternative dispute resolution, and you will be able to get that specific paper and be able to see what is in there. I'm taking a lot of time. I just quickly want to go to chapter 3 deals with the determination of maintenance awards, and one of the things that is being discussed is how are you getting to that award, the calculation and the way we calculate it. And Mr. Eugene Opperman will tell you about akut versus akut and all of that on his groups and on Lunch and Learn. You've been taking time to teach people how do you calculate that, and that is what chapter 3 is all about. Chapter 4 is bringing about a new dispensation where, except for the person bringing money, the person can also bring in-kind things. He's working and having a stall selling fruit, then why can't he bring fruit or vegetables to the lady in order to make sure that there's some type of food in the household? If he's got a taxi business, why can't he, with the taxi, take the child to school or take the child to wherever the child needs to get, to the doctor, or whatever it is? So in-kind awards are also being recommended by the Law Commission, where in the case where he can't afford and give a monetary value, there's other ways that he can also assist in making sure that there are some type of assistance to the mother and to the family in ensuring that the child is getting the necessary, I won't say finances or assistance, to get the necessary assistance in order to be able to live and to have that bond with his father or whatever the case is. So chapter 4 is an excellent chapter that we would like to somehow further deal with over the next, in May we are planning to do it. We were planning to do it today, but I felt Magistrate Francois Botha, the two of us would have done an interactive presentation where we would have used Slido to also involve the members online, where online people will then also be able to give their views on chapter 4 and how they feel about it. And we will be able to see their comments all over South Africa on the screen and capture all of that. And what we want to do is take all of that to Parliament and say, this is a consultative workshop that we've done, and this is what the members of the Community Dialogue felt like, as well as the people online that listened to us, that's how they felt about the specific Chapter 4 provision as far as in-kind awards and all of the other awards that are out there. Chapter 5 is my wife's favorite one on Locus Standi and Z versus Z and Butcher versus Butcher and Bercy versus Bercy. She will tell you when she presents later on about the article that she wrote in the Ravers. If you want to read the article, in the Ravers, there's an article on page 17 and 18 of the January and February edition of the Ravers about the position of 18-year-olds. What happens when a child turns 18? And usually what happens in our court systems when they turn 18, they must come and apply for themselves. In terms of this article that she wrote, she said, no, but it's not necessary for them to apply. The mother can still stand in for the 18 or 19 or 20-year-old. Z versus Z dealt with a 23 and 25-year-old adult children that were still dependent on the mother and the father. And therefore, she wrote that article that was published by the Ravers on Locus Standi. And she will be making her presentation specifically to Parliament on Locus Standi, and then showcase to the parliamentarians the article that she wrote and all of that. And that's where you can also participate, any of you. If you have an 18-year-old or a 17-year-old, she'll tell you later on when she presents about a 17-year-old in Humansdorp that was forced to come to court and apply for maintenance while she was writing her final year exams or her final exams, matric exams. Then when she got to Belleville, she had to struggle to get finances from the father, and how she had to somehow eventually end up in the criminal courts, and she didn't want to testify. And luckily my wife assisted her, and she managed to get out of court settlement and have a new court order despite her being 19 years old. But she had to do it on her own because the Humansdorp court in that specific case decided that whenever a child turns 17 and is about to turn 18, then they call the children to court. They must now apply on their own because Section 17 of the Children's Act 38 of 2005 says the child is now being regarded as being an adult, and therefore that's how they are dealing with it. Hopefully, some of you will be able to comment on Chapter 5. If any of you would like to comment on it, please read Chapter 5. Please read Natalie Ruiters' article in the Ravers, page 17 and 18. You will find a lot of information over there. If you want to discuss it with myself or with her or with any of the other ambassadors, please ask us and we'll give you more information that you'll be able to take forward and then deal with that. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7 deals with maintenance officers, how the appointment of maintenance officers is going to work. The Department of Justice have maintenance officers in terms of Section 4.2 of the Maintenance Act. Then you also get another bunch of maintenance officers in terms of Section 4.1 of the Maintenance Act, and that is public prosecutors. Public prosecutors are also deemed to be maintenance officers. And that is causing some problems because there are two bunches of the media of maintenance officers, 4.1 deemed maintenance officers of the public prosecution, and you get 4.2 maintenance officers, that is Department of Justice's maintenance officers. And that led to a case that was heard in the North Gauteng High Court, and that is Anna Auma Mutimunye versus the Minister of Justice, where a prosecutor up north in Gauteng was sitting at a court and a lady came and applied to have a pension fund attached to Chapter 8 that I'm going to deal with now, future maintenance. And she wanted the pension fund to be attached. The prosecutor told her, no, there's no maintenance officer here. He forgot in terms of Section 4.1, he's deemed a maintenance officer, and told the lady, no, she must come back the next day, then the maintenance officer is going to be there. Ms. Anna Umamutimunye went to court at least 5 or 6 times. And every time she got there, she was told, no, the maintenance officer is not there. While she was looking at the prosecutor that is a maintenance officer, and then told, no, come back another time. Eventually, the pension fund was paid out, and Ms. Mutimunye suffered because as soon as the respondent got his pension paid out. He bought himself a Ford Bantam Bucky and he went to Liquor City, and you know what happens at Liquor City, and that's how it went on until there was no more money left. And then Ms. Mutimunye suffered because now she didn't have money and the children didn't have money. And luckily for Ms. Mutimunye, one of her family members was a member of the Department of Justice. She told Auntie, sue them, and you'll see what happens. So Anna Mutimunye sued the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Justice was found to be grossly negligent. The prosecutors were grossly negligent in not helping that lady while she was there. That's how serious the appointment of maintenance officers are. In Afrikaans, there's a saying, tussen die hand en die mond val die pap op die grond. And this is what happened in this specific case. Not going to translate it in English because it doesn't mean the same thing. So what happens is that if Section 4.1 deemed the maintenance officers and Section 4.2 Department of Justice's maintenance officers, if they don't do their work properly, then it falls to the cracks and then pension is paid out, and then who's the one that suffers? The person at the other end, the mother or whoever the specific child is. And that's what happened to Anna Mutimunye. It is grossly unfair. It's grossly negligent where a official at the court will tell you to rather go somewhere else to go and get help. That is why we've got a service delivery charter. Our service delivery charter says nobody is supposed to wait there for 2 hours or the whole day the way people are waiting. That's why we are here to educate members of public that the service delivery charter says that you are supposed to be helped within 2 hours. They need to have name tags on so you know who you're talking to whenever you go and complain. But go to any court and tell me if you ever find anyone with a name tag on. Tell me if you have been waiting more than 2 hours. Yes. So this is the things that we need to inculcate into our societies. This is the message we need to take to Manenberg. This is the message that we need to take to Mitchell's Plain, and all of us know our rights. As soon as we know our rights and we take it from there, there's no way that a court official can tell you, no, come back the next day. Then you'll tell them, no, but you're a maintenance officer. A prosecutor in terms of Section 4.1 is deemed a maintenance officer. They should help you. That's what Anna Mutimunye said in that decision. And we will teach you all of those things if you're just willing to listen and take this information further. If you struggle with it, please Google Anna Mutimunye. Please spell it correctly, because if you're going to spell it wrong, then unfortunately you're not going to get to that case. I tried it a few times and I had to make sure I spell it properly. And I'm not going to spell it now because I might be wrong. If any of you want the case, please ask online, or please ask the people that are over here, and I will then explain that to you. The arresting powers of maintenance investigators is also being discussed in chapter 6, 7 of the paper 157, specifically deciding should maintenance investigators have arresting powers, meaning can they arrest people whenever they feel like it. Currently, maintenance investigators do not have arresting powers. They only have powers in terms of Section 7 of the Maintenance Act, and that is to serve documents and to investigate maintenance cases. That's all they can do. In a case where a warrant of arrest is issued, they do not have the powers to arrest that person. Even if they see that person, there's Deon walking, they cannot arrest me because they don't have arresting powers. So the Law Commission is recommending playing around with the idea, should they have arresting powers or shouldn't they have arresting powers? And so far the idea is no, they shouldn't have arresting powers, because if they have arresting powers, they need to have guns. And if they have guns, they need to be trained and all of those things. And you know how it goes in South Africa, and people are shooting everywhere. So before there's other Section 49 cases for police officers going beyond their duties and just shooting, the Law Commission is of the opinion that maintenance investigators should not have arresting powers. I feel that it makes a mockery of the system, it makes a mockery of the justice system. If a maintenance investigator is on the scene and seeing a person where there's a warrant of arrest, then he must say, my bro, wait here, I'm quickly running to the police to go and get somebody to arrest you. It makes a mockery of the system. I'm in favor of maintenance investigators having arresting powers, but let's see what's going to happen as far as the arresting powers of maintenance office is concerned. That was just my introduction. I didn't start with my presentation yet. That's just for me to introduce what is happening in paper 157. And that's the message that you will be getting over the next few months until the end of this year from our NC, as well as Natalie Ruiters, Eugene Opperman, and all the other regular presenters on the law, on the community dialogue program that we have every month, last Saturday of every month. Next one is the 27th of May. So if you want to come the 27th of May, please book early, and you can book from now on Quicket. And Quicket, if you go on Quicket, in that search place where you can search, just put in Npa Soccer Community Dialogue, soccer, sexual offences and community affairs, Npa Soccer Community Dialogue, and you will be able to register online on Quicket for your ticket, and then you will then get an email from Quicket, and in that email there will be a barcode, and then you bring that barcode to us, and we will just scan that, and you don't have to complete all the forms that you have been completing the last few months downstairs. We will just use a cell phone and scan it in, and then you'll be able to get access to the venue if you're registered. If you didn't register, don't think you're going to come in here and then call downstairs, Deon, my bro, come and help me. I'm not going to help anyone. If you're not registered on Quicket, then you're not going to get into this building. Please make sure that you comply with our way of having to make sure that we do crowd control over here. Our venue can only accommodate 166 people. We are getting close to that amount for our 6 May discussion information session on the Domestic Violence Act 14 of 2021. So please book early, otherwise you are going to be left stranded outside in 115 Buitengraag Street in the street. You're not going to be able to get in the building. Make sure that you register early on www.childmaintenance.org or www.lunchandlearn. Do not go on Quicket for the 6th of May registration, because there's already more than 700 people that are registered online. Luckily, online we can take any amount of people, but we are only going to accommodate 166 people in this venue, and we're getting close to 100 already, so there's only 66 seats that are still available. So if you want to be over here on the 6th of May, please make sure that you are then registered on not on Quicket, on www.childmaintenance.org.za and on www.lunchandlearn.org.za. Those are the two sites where you can register for the 6th of May. For the 27th of May, you will be able to register on Quicket and then you search for Npa Soccer Community Dialogue, and you will be able to get to it. So on the next slide. So now we're getting to what I need to speak about, and that is future maintenance. So the law commission had to then decide, what are we going to do with future maintenance, because future maintenance is actually not legislated in law. Future maintenance was brought about by a few decisions, and I'm mentioning the Mngani versus Beacon Suites case, and I'm mentioning other case law in there. And our law pertaining to future maintenance is based on case law. And it's based on the way the courts interpret it from one court to the other courts, and that is the problem that we are sitting with. And you will see also in the talk that we're going to have later on case law versus statutory law that Natalie Ruiters will present, that whenever we have these cases that are being decided by courts, and it is not being embodied in a statutory form, whenever that happens, then you get different interpretations of how it should be One court feels that no, we don't have the authority to do it. The next court feels that we do have the authority to do it. And that is the problem that we sit with whenever a piece of legislation or what we are doing in courts are not statutorily legislated anyway. What it means is that we've got this framework of doing something, but it's not somewhere an act saying the act on murder or the act on rape or whatever it is, where we know that rape is an offense because in terms of Section 30, in terms of Section 30 of the Criminal Law Amendment Act, sexual offences 32 of 2007, it is an offense. We know because it's a statutory legislation. Everywhere in South Africa, it's the same. Future maintenance is not like that. If you look at the Act, the closest that you can get to it is in Section 26 of the Act. And Section 26 of the Act says that the person must be in default, and Section 26.2 says he must be in default for at least 10 days before you can have any attachment done. Whether you do an attachment in terms of Section 26, Section 27 for assets that we will deal with next month, execution warrants and all of that in terms of Section 27, or Section 28, attachment of emoluments, taking a salary, we know it as garnishing orders, or in terms of Section 30, where we attach a pension fund or retirement annuity. All of that can only be done because of the person being in default. There must be a defaulting action on the part of the person in order for you to claim pension or to claim the retirement annuity or whatever it was. And that's what the case law said. Then there was another case, Burger versus Burger, as well as, what's the other case? There was a case in Strand, Dale, now it just slips my mind, but there were, in the Western Cape, cases that were decided where it was found that in the case where you want to attach proceeds of a house and that person is not in arrears, then you cannot actually do it because it's not in a defaulting action as what Section 26 of the Act says. So because of that, you cannot take just attach a person's pension fund or attach a person's retirement annuity. But the Western Cape, in the case of Judge Slope, then decided that whenever a person or whenever a child's best interest is at stake, whether there's a defaulting action or not, it's immaterial, then you can still then attach that proceeds of the house, the sale of the house, or whatever the case might be. And in both of these cases, Burger versus Burger, as well as the other case that slipped my mind, in both those cases, it says that where you do an attachment of an asset, the proceeds of it, because then it becomes due and payable, Section 30, whenever it's due and payable, then that specific asset can be attached. But what the respondents will say is that, no, but I'm not in arrears. I've been paying my dues. Why are you taking this money from me? It's my nest egg, or I want to start a side business now and make money out of this. Now you're taking it. Judge Lope in the Western Cape said, no. In any case where the best interest, the Section 7 Children's Act, best interest of a child is at stake, then we can attach it. Then we take those proceeds for the future benefit of that child. And that is what we need to somehow make sure that we protect that vested interest, Section 28 constitutional vested interest of that child in order to make it better for that person. And that is what it's all about. So the Law Commission is look at all of these cases and what the different reservations are pertaining to it. And one of the other reservations is, yeah, but it's an infringement of my privacy, my pension that I got. Now you're just taking it like that. How can you do that? Especially in the case where I'm not in arrears or whatever the case might be. But the case law tells you that if you look at the competing interests, the competing vested interests of the parties, especially a competing Section 28 constitutional right of a child vis-a-vis the right of a father or a respondent to his pension fund, which right comes first? In that case, the Section 28 rights of a child, in terms of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, should suffice and come first, and that is what the Law Commission found in paper 157. The third thing that was also considered by the Law Commission is, do you take the whole sum, or do you decide, okay, what is the calculation? The child is now 9 years old, till the child is 18 is 9 years, so the amount that we can take is 1,009 a month. 1,000 times 12 months is 12 times 9. I don't know how much it is, but that amount, that the amount that we're now going to attach. I was not good with calculus, so please forgive me. I'm a lawyer, so I can do law, not these things. 12 times 9, should we only take that amount from his pension fund, or do we take the full amount? In most cases, when maintenance officers work with Section 30 attachment of debt, then we take the full amount. We do not play around and say, no, let's calculate, because we're not clever with calculus. That's why we just take the problems for alles. So we take all of it, and then later on we will decide whatever else needs to be done. That's how we deal with it, because we don't know that 12 times 9 and all of that. So better take all of it. We'll sort it out later on. But that's not the only reason. The other reason is because in most cases, whenever we deal with these cases, there might be some other children coming out of the closet that he never made mention to his wife or wherever. Then we only find out about it. There are a few cases in the Western Cape now where that specifically happened, where we are busy attaching the pension fund of the person, and while we are attaching the pension fund, then we find there's other children also claiming maintenance. So to protect their vested rights, it's better to take the whole amount, and then we will decide whatever, if there's other children. If the respondent wants to come and say, no, but please don't take all of it, then we might consider giving a little bit of it to the respondent. But in most cases, we take the full pension fund, and then we will see if there's other children that is also eligible for that pension fund. But how do you do it? That's the most important thing. Please read chapter 8 of the Law Commission paper. You'll get a lot of information on about the cases that I spoke about and the arguments that I spoke about that the Law Commission considered in looking at future maintenance and how you attach a pension fund. But for now, because the Law Commission is going to take some time to get there, how do you do it now practically? What you need to do is, as I said, in terms of Section 26, there must be a default order, or there must be a defaulting action. If a person is in default, then what you need to do is first you complete a J470 form. It's right at the last few pages of our document. I think it's 30, yeah, it's page 31 of our handout. If you look at page 31, that is a J470. That's a complaint for failure to comply with the maintenance order. That is the form that you should, the lady should complete. So everyone online, as well as the people over here, please make sure there's document on page 31, the J470 complaint form. That is the first document that must be completed by any individual where there's non-compliance with the maintenance order. If it's not complying with the maintenance order, a J470 is a form that will always be completed by the complainant, the mother, when she goes to court. So make a copy of this form, give it to talk dat die vorm voltooi gaan, my bou voltooi die vorm, my sister gaan voltooi die vorm. Show them which form they need to complete. If it is that the person has got a pension fund or is working or he's got a car that we can attach and we can take the car, then we do it on the form that is on page 33 of our handout, and that is the J306 form. So the J306 form on page 33 of our handout, that is the form, the application for enforcement of a maintenance order. If it is that we want to take his assets in the middle of the Form 1A, authorization to issue a warrant of execution, then you will circle the A. If you want to take an asset from him, or you want to take his TV, or you want to take the decoder, then that's the one that you will complete over there. All of them have DSTV decoders. I see over there in the informal settlements, you've got a lot of those yellow dishes there. We can go and get that decoder and we sell the decoder. If it is that he's working and he's got a salary that can be attached, then you do on the J306, page 33, 1B, order for attachment of emoluments. Then you attach the emoluments. That is his salary. That's what we call the garnishing order. Just make a circle on the B. But the one when we do future maintenance is C, for an order for attachment of debt. Page 33, that's an attachment of debt, meaning that there is something due and payable to him that we want to attach. And it can be his pension fund, it can be a retirement annuity, it can be any of those things that we want to attach, and then we can attach that in terms of the attachment of debt procedure. But as I say, in terms of section 26(2) of the Act, he must be in arrears for at least 10 days. So sometimes when you get to the maintenance court will tell you, you can nie nou al kom nie. You need to wait for 10 days. Once the 10 days is over, then you can bring an application on the J306. This document, section 26(2), must be at least 10 days before you can then get the order being done. Page 35, always you need to have an affidavit. In your affidavit, you're going to say there's an order, a divorce order, or whatever it is, and that he is in arrears with whatever the amount is, and then you can complete what the arrears is on page 36, how much he is in arrears. That's an example that is available. If any of you want it, the electronic one, I will be able to send you an electronic copy, and you'll be able to, or you can also get it on www.childmaintenance.org.za. There is examples of these affidavits. Just look for the example for attachment of debt in terms of section 30, or for future maintenance. Look for that one specifically. Also on Lunch and Learn, all of those affidavits are also over there. And every Wednesday, Mr. Opperman is talking about attachments all the time, so you'll get any of those over there on page 35 of our notes. The most important cases is Mngadi versus Beacon Suites. In that specific case, it was found where a person intentionally resigned to frustrate a maintenance order. In those specific cases, then you can attach his pension. Mr. Mngadi went and decided, I don't want to pay maintenance anymore. If I'm unemployed, then I don't have to pay. So he went and resigned. Then the Durban court found, no. If you intentionally resign, then we take your pension fund. Go, you must go. You decided that, and then we'll deal with him from there onwards. The other cases all come from the Western Cape, and I'm happy to be in the Western Cape. Magevo versus Zorzo, Judge Slope, as well as Solar versus the Magistrate Weinberg. Solar set the tone. Doesn't matter what amount it is, whether it is millions that we want to attach, we can attach it in the maintenance court. The maintenance court's got extraterritorial jurisdictions. They are not bound by the jurisdiction that the magistrates court and the regional courts are bound by. They do not have any of those type of restrictions on their jurisdiction. Maintenance courts can do almost anything they want to do. They can even amend a divorce order that was made in the High Court. It can be amended in the maintenance court. Soon, the children's court will also have that jurisdiction to deal with matters that could only be dealt with in the children's court, with the Children's Amendment Act. I think it's 17 of 2022. I'm not sure, but the 5th of January, there was a government gazette that was issued stating that the act, the Children's Act, is coming in operation. That's not true. If you read the last part of the act, thank you, Mr. Mervyn van Meulen, Mr. Peter Higu, Mr. Eugene Opperman, for bringing that clarity over there, because I was also an intention. Children's Act is in operation, and then Mr. Peter Igo and Mr. Mervyn van Meulen, there's a group called Think Legal Family Law. If you can get on that group, that's where the people are talking and giving information to one another and sharing information. But they only work from 7 till 7. They don't work like the maintenance group. Maintenance is working right over the night. So it's not like that. There's strict rules over there. You only speak 7 to 7. Otherwise, Mrs. Van Meulen will kick you off and say, no more talk over here. But get on Think Legal Family Law. That group deals with all of these things. So the Children's Act is not in operation yet. Mr. Mervyn van Meulen showed us that if we read the whole government gazette, it says it at a date later, whenever it is then the commencement date will come later this year for the Children's Act. But the Children's Act will have extraterritorial jurisdiction to also deal with care and guardianship, which was only dealt with in the High Court. Now the Children's Court will have that jurisdiction. Sola versus Magistrate Weinberg says that a maintenance court have the jurisdiction to deal with anything beyond a million. Doesn't matter, but the maintenance court can deal with it. Ms. Nancy Sola, in that specific case, set the tone for us to show to us that it can be done in any court, any maintenance court in South Africa. Page 29, future maintenance case law statute. Over there, I quote specifically from the Law Commission paper saying that the common thread in the cases that we listened to so far is that above that, the orders for future maintenance were granted by high courts in various provincial divisions. It is encouraging to note that the courts have taken a lead in rectifying this anomaly in legislation. In all cases, the maintenance courts have been unable to assist the applications for maintenance, mostly because the Act is silent and does not regulate future maintenance, but only deals with arrears. But however, and this is the most important part, and Ms. Ruiters will also deal with it when she deals with statute or common law versus statutory law. This is the most important thing why she is feeling so strongly about it. And I want you to read that specific in a read over there. But however noble the endeavors of the court, a legislative prescription is required to ensure, first of all, there is consistency in the orders made by the various courts for future maintenance, and secondly, to ensure that the rights of beneficiaries are protected from errant maintenance debtors who would otherwise squander the money that should be earmarked for future maintenance of children. So what is happening is that the provincial divisions of high courts will make a decision. Another provincial division can decide, am I going to apply it or not? Unless it's from the Supreme Court of Appeal or the Constitutional Court, then it becomes binding all over South Africa. But the provincial division decision in one division is not binding on another division. They can decide, no, I don't agree with this part of my brother, my legislator, or what did they say, the brother? My learned brother or whatever. They don't agree with this. They feel it should be this way. That's what provincial divisions can do. But when the Supreme Court of Appeal decision comes out, everybody else have to follow it. Unless it's a statutory provision. If it's a statutory provision that overrides the Supreme Court, then the statutory provision will then take precedence. And that's what happened in the Butcher versus Butcher case dealing with 18-year-olds. The Bursey versus Bursey was all along taken when we dealt with 18-year-olds. Then in 2007, the Children's Act came in operation dealing with the Section 17 adults, and then Butcher changed it and said that no, from now on, it's because of that statutory provision, this common law that we followed all along, the Supreme Court of Appeal case law that we followed all along is not applicable anymore. Therefore, Butcher versus Butcher said mothers will not have the locus standi and children will have to apply on their own. Then from there was turmoil in courts all over South Africa. One do it and the other one do it this way and one do it that way. And to avoid all of that, we need to do something similar with paper 157. Else we're going to be in trouble again, like what happened with Bursey versus Bursey and Butcher versus Butcher, and then statutory law in the middle. We need to have it in a statutory framework from the beginning. If we don't get a statutory framework in place, we're going to struggle again with Bursey versus Butcher versus Butcher, and one provincial division do it this way, another provincial division do it that way. To avoid all of that, we need to make sure that we've got a statutory framework to deal with it. If we do not have a statutory framework to deal with it, we're going to have another Butcher versus Butcher. We're going to have another provincial division deciding something else. So to avoid that, please listen to what Mrs. Ruiters is going to say about case law versus statutory law. It's important that you understand that concept. If you understand why it's so important, then you will understand why she is making the submission today. Because it's important that we understand one provincial division can make one decision, another provincial division don't have to follow them. Supreme Court of Appeal is the only one that has got a national competence where all provincial divisions have to follow it, but not if it's a provincial division decision. And that is what is that part in her head. So please read it again, listen to her talk, and then we take it from there. But for future maintenance, all you need to know is if the person is in arrears, J470. If a person is not in arrears, just the J306. Complete the J306 and say, listen, his pension is going to pay out. Please let the pension be attached, be frozen. Once it's frozen, then we can then make sure that we get it. If the courts is not doing their work properly, then Anna Mutimunye versus Minister of Justice is clear what you should do. I'm not going to tell you what to do. You will know what to do. Thank you so much for listening to me. I'll hand over to the MC, and I see one of our guest speakers are also over here. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Advocate Ruiters. That was very powerful and informative. So just a reminder that this session is streamed online live, and it will be available on all our social media sites afterwards. So if you want to just do a quick recap, and do also follow us on our social media sites. On Facebook, we are Npa Soccer Community Dialogue. You can also follow us on Instagram, and do visit www.childmaintenance.org.za to find more information. Women and girls in South Africa are suffering, ladies and gentlemen. And this one is actually a silent killer because they're suffering in silence due to period poverty or lack of sanitary products. I mean, why am I standing here in 2023 as a woman talking about such? It's not okay. Why is this not a basic human right in South Africa? For this reason, it is why one of our ambassadors, Ms. Abongile Khwaza, and her colleagues started a campaign called Help a Girl, where they actually raise awareness on period poverty and really helping communities in South Africa have access to this very basic need for women and girls. But I know that's also not enough. We need to actually use our voices to make sure this is actually recognized as a human right. So I'm going to welcome Ms. Abongile Khwaza to come and talk to us more about her campaign. Thank you very much. Let's give her a warm hand of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone. As Bongi has already introduced me, my name is Abongile Khwaza, the founder and the project director of the Help a Girl campaign, which was established in 2017 with an aim of empowering, educating, and inspiring young girls in order for them to find their full potential. Okay. to find their full potential. And yeah, this morning I do want to say thank you so much for such an opportunity for me to be talking again about a Help a Girl campaign. As you can see, on the screen, it says that calling for menstrual health to be recognized in South Africa as a human right. The reason behind for this, there's many young girls who miss schools due to lack of access to sanitary products. At the same time, we also have young girls who do not go to school because they're struggling to deal with the pain that comes with periods. Not only young girls, but as well as women. And to find them mentally, they are being upset because they're also struggling with the pain that comes with periods. And they have to be out of work. They're missing out of work. Also, young girls, they have to be out of school because they don't have access to pads. Some of them, they have to choose whether do we buy bread or do we buy sanitary products. Now the campaign was started. It's happening in 5 different provinces. I'm the founder in Cape Town. We have a branch in Joburg and in Randburg, as well, and in Nigeria, as well as in Kenya. So this already tells me that there is a huge need for young girls. The question is why young girls have to miss school because they don't have a basic need like pads. Why they have to be at home, miss sports, and not being able to do what they would like to do. And this is exactly what we are doing. We collect and donate the sanitary products, as well as also providing with school shoes as well, because we believe in the power of education. Now, we're not only focusing on providing sanitary products, but we need to educate. We need to educate about menstrual health and hygiene management. We need to really educate around this so that girls, for example, about a month ago, we went to Manenberg and we donated about 200 sanitary products, the disposable ones as well as the washable ones. Why I'm saying that education is so important is the fact that we can continue to give them, but then we're gonna leave because we're not from Manenberg area. So education is so important more than anything that we are doing. Now also, as well as under the umbrella of Help a Girl, we do workshops where we're educating girls about self-esteem, identity, and purpose, and as well hosting career day events where we can support girls and women. And I think also some of the projects that we have not only accommodating girls. I know a lot of people always ask me, what about the boys? Because they also need the same services that we are offering. Now, we also do cater boys, especially on the workshops that we give around identity and self-confidence, self-empowerment as well. So we do cater for the boys as well. And when we have the spelling bee competition, which also it includes boys as well. So we are very passionate about educating and empowering young girls and women. And I think one of the activities, or successful activities that we're successful for the Help a Girl, the fact that we were able to participate as well on the march that took to Parliament in Cape Town last year, and it also took place in Pretoria. So we are very, very passionate about what we are doing, because we would like that as a government to legislate so that to be a law around this, because it is really, it's a major need, not only in South Africa, but across South Africa, where young girls do not have access to sanitary products. So we are saying as the Help a Girl organization that no girls should miss school because they don't have access to these sanitary products. We are doing this. It is a registered organization. You can check it on our website. It is registered. We just depended on sponsors from different sectors or friends or families. And as I said, we also do career exhibition, which we have one that is coming up on the 1st of May. So the other thing that I like about what we do, it is the fact that we go around communities. What is the need of the community? Sometimes we may think that they really need pads, but sometimes it's not the fact that they need pads, but they have other needs, other various challenges that our young girls or boys do miss out, right? Yes, so I think I've just tried to summarize what is on my slide, what we're really focusing about. But we do really would like that leaders that are in position in South Africa to help us so that at least there is a law that is in place, or there is a policy that is in place for us as well. So we are really passionate about to pressurize that government put something in place for young girls and as well for working women, because they also miss work sometimes because of the severe pains that come with it. If I can share something quickly without wasting time, when I was writing my final year exam of social work, I was the last one in the exam room because I had very bad period pains. That I did not know what was happening. And I think as all the doctors don't really do a diagnosis as yet. So because I still don't know why am I struggling with period pains. Now you can think of other girls. Some of them, they don't even have Panadol, or they don't have any other painkillers. Then they will remain in school, then they miss on education, and we do not want that. Thank you so much.
Sanitary products.
I'm sorry, Maria.
What is the VAT rate? Is it like reduced? Does it have a reduced VAT? Is it 15% on sanitary products? 15%. Because that's also something that would really help alleviate the price of sanitary products.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
Have a reduced rate for that.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say to everybody, I don't know if you're aware, but SPA has a promotion, a program that if you buy for more than 500 of groceries, you can buy a pair of shoes for 60 rand, school shoes for 60 rand. And it's a good, maybe, thing to do if you shop at SPA. Unfortunately, it's not a multiple of 500. It's when your shopping goes over 500, you can buy one pair. Now, obviously, if you're clever, you can split it and get 2 pairs of shoes. But I think that's a good, we've started doing that as a family. So that's what.
Yeah, thank you so much. Spar is one of the retail stores that we work with very, very close. You know that in Stellenbosch, there is actually just a box that is always there. So, for example, the customers, as they come through, then if they buy their food, then they can just buy even one pack and then they just throw it there. So, Spar is one of the retail stores that really support us. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, sir. Can you hear me? I think this is my opinion around the question. I hope I understood it correctly. What we, or personally for me, is the fact that there is nothing in place in South Africa for women, for girls. There is no policy at all that is in place. Let's say, for example, you are young, you are a working woman, and now you need work because you are struggling with severe period pains here. Now I know that there are sick leaves, for example. You can take a sick leave. But now the question is, what if you run out of your sick leave and you really sick now? Because you can use your sick leave if you are admitted or for other reasons. So I think that is why, for me, I feel like we can, as leaders in communities or in different spaces of, then we can come together and let's discuss about it. How does it work? Maybe for another working space, it's gonna work differently. But for school, how can it work? How can we support each other? So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question correctly, but I think it's something that, as in a workspaces, where we need to start having conversations around. So if at work, these ladies are missing work most of the time and the work is getting delayed, what is happening here? So I think it's something that each company needs to look at, or even at schools, they need to look at as well.
I think just to come to playing around, of course.
Sorry, can you please speak up because we are straining to hear.
Okay, sorry, Peter, sorry to disturb. So maybe what we can do at the end of the sessions, maybe write down all your questions, because the online viewers would also like to hear the questions. So maybe everyone who has a question can come in front at the end so that they can speak, because obviously you are asking important questions that the online viewers would like to hear as well. So if you have any questions on any of these presentations, please write them down and bring it to me, and then at the end we will then address all those questions. Is that okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Mr. Abongile Khwaza. We really do appreciate you taking the time to really educate us on that. So community, as I always say, this is going to take all of us coming together and really seeking the solutions to the issues that we are faced with. And this is one of the issues that women and girls in South Africa are faced with. So ask yourself right now, what do you have today that you can bring to the Help a Girl campaign to help them spread all over South Africa? So I would like, I'm actually going to challenge each and every one of us here today and even online to actually go onto the Help a Girl campaign website. So it's www.helpagirlcampaign.org.za. And I would like us to see how can we support Ms. Abongile Khwaza and her colleagues in this amazing project. So our next speaker is Ms. Natalie Ruiters. She's going to talk to us about how to, about case laws and turning them to statutory law, and also she's going to talk about the enforceability of parenting plans. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's lovely to be with all of you here today, and to the online viewers, good morning. I know I spoke to a lot of you on Facebook this week, inbox, so lovely to have you all here. And like Bonnie said, my name is Natalie Ruiters. I am a court index mediator. I am the face behind Npa Mediations, and I volunteer for an organization called For the Children's Sake. We do court-referred mediations in Wynberg Court and Simonstown Court, in the Domestic Violence Court, the Children's Court, and sometimes the Maintenance Court. I am also an advocate for women and children, and always fighting against human trafficking. So you'll begin to hear that my heart is really around self-preservation, prevention, and restoration of community. Today, I'm going to talk about case law to statute law and why I feel so strongly that case law should become statutory law. So I do have a presentation, but I prefer to talk, from my heart. And so the presentation is there for reference later. When you're bored, you've got nothing to read, you've got something to read. But so many of you last year, both in the room and online, would have heard me speak, do a talk on a case called Z versus Z, which was ruled upon in the Supreme Court of Appeal in Bloemfontein last year, July 2022. This was a landmark case that I think many of us were really excited about. And I'm going to sort of bring some of you up to speed that have not heard that talk or have read my article, just so that you can have context to where I'm going. So for those of you that don't know, Z versus Z was a ruling that said mothers in fact have Lucas Dundee to apply for maintenance on behalf of their young adult dependent children. Even though it was a landmark case and it has taken precedence across the maintenance courts in South Africa, it did create a lacuna or a gap in law. And so the gap that it created was some attorneys would say that case is only applicable to cases that come out of the divorce court. And then we had a very recent case in Georgia last year in October where it was DWT versus MT. And that case was done, was a judgment by the Western Cape High Court. And so it was a provincial ruling. That ruling basically stated that, so his attorney, the attorney of the defendant basically said, you as a mother cannot claim arrears on maintenance on behalf of your young adult children. And Mrs. MT said, but based on Z versus Z, I am able to be the applicant to claim the arrears of maintenance here. And his attorney then said, but that case is only applicable to the divorce court and we cannot use it in the maintenance court because your claim comes out of the maintenance court. She then argued that what's the difference between my child in the maintenance court and a child coming out of the divorce court. And based on that, Judge Saldana and Judge Erasmus decided they're going to make a judgment that the mother does have, in fact, Lucas Dundee to apply for maintenance on behalf of her young adult dependent children. Now, I start with these two examples. These two examples are recent case law. There's a principle or something in law called stare decisis. And basically what it means is when lawyers and attorneys, advocates, magistrates, and prosecutors begin to decide on how they're going to rule in a case or defend their case or to argue for their case, they look at recent decided cases, and that's stare decisis. So it's the cases, recent decided cases that the court will use for a ruling or make a judgment on. So we can see that recently we've had two case law that is taking precedence across South Africa. However, the problem with case law is that case law can go either way. Case law is open to interpretation. For those of you who've read my article, heard my talk on Z versus Z, and the history of young adult dependent children in our maintenance system will remember that there's been a lot of discrepancies, a lot of confusion in the maintenance court around young adult children. Up until now, there is no legislation, there's no statutory law that speaks to our young adult children in the maintenance court. And so it's causing a lot of confusion. Week after week, I get phone calls of mothers who are anxious, who are saying, my children are about to turn 18. The father is threatening to stop paying maintenance, but my child is still in high school. What do I do? This is a reality. I think last month or 2 months ago, I shared with you some of the cases that I've been involved in. There was a young girl and permission from her mom and herself. I'm allowed to share her story. This young girl, her parents were getting divorced. And 2 weeks before she was turning 18, the prosecutor said, you need to go to the maintenance court and apply for maintenance on your own. You're turning 18 soon. The day before her biology exam, she sat in court asking her dad for maintenance for the last bit of her high school and the year after. And she and her dad had been in a whole-year trial. I assisted her a few weeks back in the Belleville court, And even though it was a successful mediation and there was a withdrawal and we were able to get the parties to speak and come to an agreement, we still had to go before the magistrate to make that new agreement a court order. And I sat next to her in the back and her dad stood in front. And I can tell you, that is not a sight any parent wants to have your back to your child in a criminal court. I think I'm off topic now, but I think the point I am bringing across is that our young adult children, like this girl that I helped, and many other young dependent children, should not be in the maintenance court. At the moment, there's no legislation and no law, statutory law, around our young adult children. So just if you would track with me a bit, and I think Deon covered quite a bit of it, and I did in some of my talks, is what we've seen in the last, say, 40 years of South Africa in the history of child maintenance. We have seen that they use case law, and I spoke a lot of the case law in my article. So for those of you who haven't read my article, please do find it online. It's on the Derebus website in the February edition on page 17 and 18. And for those in the room that would love to read the article, I do have copies printed with permission from Derebus, and just to acknowledge that they first published my article. So as we saw in that article that I wrote, for the last 40 years or so, when it came to child maintenance, claiming child maintenance for your adult dependent child, we have seen that the judges and magistrates would use case law to determine the judgment of that case. And for a very long time, Bussy versus Bussy took precedence across South Africa, stating that mothers did have lucas standi to apply for maintenance on behalf of their young adult children. 10 years later, there were many cases in between, but 10 years later, there was a conflicting case here in Cape Town at the Cape Town High Court. It was Butcher versus Butcher. And in that case, it was ruled that the mother did not have lucas standi to apply for maintenance on behalf of her adult dependent children. And the reason that ruling came to be was because the Judge Gazdner decided to follow statutory law. So even though there was Bussy versus Bussy saying that moms do have lucas standi to apply for maintenance, our statutory law, Section 17 of the Children's Act, which is statutory law, the definition of what a major person or an adult child is, was changed. This was changed in 2007 when the Act came into operation. So based on the fact that anyone of the age of 18 is not considered an adult, Judge Gazdner decided to make a ruling that mothers no longer have lucas standi to apply for maintenance on behalf of her young adult children. And so what I want to point out here, I've used two other cases again. I've used Bussy versus Bussy, and I've used Butcher versus Butcher. Bussy versus Bussy was a ruling that was done in the Supreme Court of Appeal, and Butcher versus Butcher was a case that was done in the Western Cape High Court. So Deon mentioned earlier, case law that is done or ruled in or emanates from the Supreme Court of Appeal can be applied in all courts of South Africa. It has to be applied. So all courts are bound by case law coming out of the Supreme Court of Appeal or the Constitutional Court. Cases that come out of high courts, so the Butcher versus Butcher case, as well as the one that I spoke about, DWT versus MT, that's more recent, those cases were decided upon in the Western Cape. And so it's a Western Cape, a provincial ruling or decision. And so those kind of case law cannot always be used across in other provinces. So it can be limited only to the Western Cape and cannot be used in other provinces like Gauteng or KZN or a province. Because High Court ruling case law that comes from High Court ruling is not all courts are bound by that ruling. Most times it's provincial. Courts in that province are bound by case law that comes out of High Court, basically. Sorry, I'm getting confused here. That's the essence of it. And so you're probably asking, why am I keep going on about Z versus Z? And, I've been hopping on this for quite a while. Like I said, there's no current legislation or law that protects or makes provision for our young adult children in the courts. And we find moms and these young children stressing about their near future as their children start turning 18 or are 18 and a bit. Last month, I spoke about Lucas Dundee. It was from chapter 5 of paper 157. And what I spoke about and shared around was the SA Law Commission paper are recommending that Lucas Dundee's definition will be extended to anyone that has that has an interest in the well-being of let me restart that. So anyone that has an interest in the well-being of a child has the right to claim for maintenance on behalf of that child. So that could be a granny, could be a grandpa, it could be an aunt, it could be a teacher, it could even be a psychologist, it could be a social worker. That is the proposed definition, which I am in full support of. However, I do feel like it's going to create a can of worms. And that too would also be open to interpretation when it comes to young adult children. So I think today when I speak to all of you, I'm advocating that together, collectively, especially the mothers or the young adult children who've had a problem in the maintenance court, begin to write your story. Begin to get your submissions together. For those of us that are working in the field of maintenance and we come across these cases, like I mentioned last month, for me, paper 157 and its recommendations are a trial run. We are seeing whether these recommendations are going to work in the context we are working in. And so the more I work with young adult children, I realize that even the proposed definition of Lucas Dundee will not make provision for our young adult children. It will create, I wouldn't say a gap, but it can be open to interpretation, basically. So I think today, as we roll out as we unpack paper 157, our heart is really calling all of you to join hands, to create an alliance. For when the paper does reach Parliament, we will have our submissions together. We'll have a team of people that would go and lobby for these very points in legislation that we're wanting to see in legislation, in the new amendments of the Maintenance Act. Let's not sit back. Let us get proactive and let's do something about it. I think Bongi has touched on it. I just want to say that I know some of you in the room and online, specifically this week, have been asking, how can you get involved? I want to say this is going to be a big project. We need everyone to join hands with us. So some of you might not be in the maintenance court. Some of you might not even have had a maintenance issue in your life, but you want to be part of a cause. We're looking for all kinds of talents and skills. And I want to give maybe one or two examples. Nikki, who's sitting at the back. Nikki has never been in a maintenance court. She doesn't need maintenance, I think. And Nikki's maybe double my age. But Nikki was up at 3 a.m. this morning baking cake for all of you. So you don't all have to be legal eagles. I'm not even a legal eagle, as you've just heard. I don't really understand all of law, but I understand relationships and communication. That's what I'm really good at. And so Abongile, who spoke earlier on, just bringing advocacy to period poverty. Again, we cannot separate the social ills in society. They are so intertwined. And together, we join hands. However you're going to join our hand, we welcome you. Please speak to any of the ambassadors or pop us an inbox on Facebook. Thank you. I hope this has stirred something in all of you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Natalie Ruiters, for that. I hope we're all encouraged to actually start reading paper 157 and actually not sitting back and waiting for one day when. We now have the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to actually see our voices being heard. So the next speaker is actually going to address something that's very interesting, and I think as a public, we've been really misinformed with regards to the role of grandparents in the maintenance system. So I'm very excited to welcome one of our ambassadors, Mr. Eugene Opperman, who's going to shed light on the role and the rights of grandparents and their duty of support. Let's give him a warm hand of applause, please.
Good morning, guys, to all the people here and to all the people online. We do not have a projector here, so I'll be using old school before load shedding paperwork to do that. Just as an introduction, my name is Eugene Opperman. You guys know me. I've been here quite a while, being involved in this type of space. And this is the first time that I've actually seen these people doing a fantastic work. And I sat there and I was amazed. It was just like an absolutely amazing. You must tell me if I go too fast, because I don't want it to go completely bedonnet, but this is amazing for these people to actually interpret what I'm saying and then translating it to sign language is absolutely a skill, and it is brilliant. I mean, I can't do two things at once. I'll never die in my sleep, for example, because I can't do two things at once. But thank you for them, and I think for the online people, much appreciated as well. Just coming back to what Abongile said, in my 52 years of practice, I've never thought that I would sit and listen to a presentation on women periods. Never. But you know what? I sat there and I thought to myself, why? You know what? And there's value in it. Thank you for that. For me as a male sitting there and actually listening to what you said, it actually made sense. Yes, I firmely believe that it should be a human right. They should take out from the Constitution. They could take out slavery and they could put in the right to sanitary products. I totally agree, but that would probably be governed by things like the right to human dignity, as well as children's rights as well. So my discussion today, what I'll be talking about is grandparents. And just like I sat there and I had to have a mind shift from being a male, not using sanitary products at all, just to put myself in the shoes of those children. And that was a mind shift. And addressing the issue of grandparents is also a mind shift. So I want to start off by saying that, you know what, for us working in the maintenance field, we love the idea, you know what, if the mom or the dad cannot pay, then we want to go after the grandparents. And I want that mind shift of all the people here today to say that, you know what, let's put ourselves in the shoes of the grandparents. And that's why I'll be addressing issues like in how can grandparents actually acquire parental responsibilities and rights? What are the duties? And is there a duty of support that falls upon the grandparents if the normal parents cannot pay or contribute to maintenance? And then I'll also be addressing the state-funded SASSA grants. And this was a spin-off from a workshop or a community outreach program that I did, or we did, in at the Athlone district offices in Athlone, where afterwards 4 grandparents came to me and they said, you know what, you talked about maintenance, but you said that how we would be affected if the parents cannot pay. So where do we stand? And that got me thinking. That was a mind shift for me as well. Because we've got a duty towards our elders. Those are our parents. We've got a duty towards them. assist them as well. Obviously, the government also assists them by way of the elder pension, or even the SASSA grants, the child grants. And I'll be addressing, that's why I'm bringing in the SASSA grants as well. So if we start off with just addressing some issues that I foresee, and I've read up on quite a lot of research that was done specifically on this, and it's a global phenomenon. It's all over the world that grandparents actually act as substitute parents. Not as parents, but as substitute parents in cases where the children's biological fathers or mothers fail them. Then the grandparents have to step in. And that could be for different reasons, various reasons why that might happen. The negative side to that, during the research that I've done, was that very so often where a child is placed in the care of a grandparent, certain things fall away. It just falls down the cracks. One of those things are things like sanitary products, because the grandparents do not have the funds to fund that. Education falls away. And a cycle of poverty starts all over again from a very young age. When those people are exposed to those type of environments, that is becoming their norm, their normal. And that's how they proceed in life. There's also the questions about guardianship. Yes, because guardianship, I'm still addressing the issues and the problems that we might foresee with regard to this whole topic, is the question of guardianship is not quite defined as such. It also makes it very difficult to gain guardianship or to get an order for guardianship, because you have to go to the High Court. Unfortunately, with the amendments of the Children's Act that would hopefully come into play by the end of the year, we would see that change, so that the lower courts, the Children's Court, the Divorce Court, would also be able to address those type of issues, so that it is not necessary for you to go back to the High Court in order to get a guardianship order. SASSA grants, yes, we all know about the papgeld, what give us the money, and the SASSA grants. And that's also a mind shift. And why SASSA was brought in, and it was simply brought in to fill the gap between the normal monetary value that's needed to bring a child up and the reality thereof. To fill that gap. Because I realized that, there's not enough money going around in terms of child maintenance actually to support a child, to bring them above the poverty line in South Africa. And that's quite sad. And that was why SASSA was brought in. SASSA does have a couple of restrictions, and we'll get to that later, with regards to the means test. I've spoken to people at the SASSA office, but I'll tell you all about that in a while. And it was quite frustrating. And I can just imagine people standing in queues waiting for SASSA in order to be helped. So to start off, and I don't think that's on the slide, on the next slide, is that, to be honest with your slides, but not on that one there. Yeah, you can go on, yeah. So first of all, what we should do, once we address the whole issue of grandparents, is to define what is meant by guardianship, care, and contact. Those are the three elements that the Children's Act speaks about. And that needs to be clearly defined, because it is vitally important for you as a grandparent to know where do you fit in. First of all, what is guardianship? Now, guardianship in basic, simple terms means that is the administrative part of taking care of a child. The administrative part thereof. So married parents, mom and dad, would have automatic guardianship over that child. Now, those are usually fathers that are married to the wife, to the mom. Unmarried fathers do have a certain set of rules where they can apply for guardianship, and where they have care and contact. The rights of the unmarried father, but that's a different topic that I can keep you busy with probably for another day or so. So just to recap, that both married parents would have both natural and legal guardianship. That is the administrative part of taking care of a child. So both those parents would have that as a standard, as a given. So what is a legal guardian? A legal guardian is someone who is chosen to be a guardian It could either be by a court order, or it could be by a will. If you die and you say, but you know what, I say that the guardianship of my children should be taken over by a certain period, the nomination thereof. And the natural guardian, the definition thereof, it is basically just biological parents are called natural guardians. So that is guardianship. Guardianship is the big one. That is the one that where the most of your parental responsibilities and rights would vest in, guardianship. Now we come to a different portion thereof. I said we have to distinguish between guardianship, care, and contact. Those three run hand in hand when it comes to bringing up a child. And it influences not only the parents, but also the grandparents. That's why I'm discussing this. So what does care mean? The definition of care they've got a long definition in the Children's Act, but in simple terms, care means thinking about the child's daily needs, such as providing a safe home, food, education, and love. That also speaks to the development of a child as part of care. So any aspect that deals with the daily needs of the child would fall under the definition of care, taking care of a child, the daily needs. So what does contact mean? In the previous act, it was called visitation. Contact just means that it is about keeping in touch, even though the parents may not be living in the same house. And it's also speaking about having contact with a child enough to develop a relationship with that child. So now you can start to think, Akarat, why am I saying all of this? Because you can think we're talking about grandparents. Obviously, guardianship can play a role. A grandparent would have an effect on guardianship because they would, in some instances, they would take over the administrative part of the parent. So how's that done? Care. Obviously, like I said, taking care of the daily needs of the child, giving him a home, food, education. Many grandparents do that by default because the parents cannot do that. As well as contact. If you want to go and visit your grandchildren, that surely would fall under the topic of contact. So the question now is, how can grandparents acquire parental responsibilities and rights? Here she goes again. I'm getting a new one. Love these people. So how can grandparents, start now, eh? So how can grandparents acquire parental responsibilities and rights? Section 18.2 of the Children's Act states that parental responsibilities and rights include the responsibilities and right to care for a child, to have contact with a child, to act as a guardian of a child, and to contribute to maintenance of a child. That has been codified in terms of Section 18.2 of the Children's Act. And that is what is encapsulated in the term of guardianship. On the next slide, so how can the parents then actually acquire this? Normally, these PR&R, parental responsibilities and rights, are shared equally amongst the two parents, mom and dad. However, it is possible that grandparents can acquire that right. They can take that right away from the parents, and the grandparents would acquire such parental responsibilities and rights in respect of that child. This can be done through two ways. At this stage, the Act allows it to be done by way of a court order or by way of a parental responsibilities and rights agreement, a PR&R agreement. So what does that mean? If one looks at Section 22 of the Children's Act, that actually deals with the parental responsibilities and rights agreement, it states that the mother of a child or another person who has parental responsibilities, and this is quite strange. Why would the legislature put in only the mother of the child or any other person having parental responsibilities and rights. Why is the father's name not included there? Could that be constitutionally challenged? Probably. But remember, it is only the mother that has an absolute right as to parental responsibilities and rights in terms of the Act. She is the bearer of the child. And the father may, if they are married, he would get that as a default. He would get the PR&R, parental responsibilities and rights. But if he's unmarried, then he has to acquire that. It is not automatically given. And that was probably why the legislator only made mention of the mother of the child or another person who has parental responsibilities and rights in respect of that child, to enable them to enter into an agreement provided for the acquisition of the parental responsibilities and rights. So the mom can decide, or any other person who has parental responsibilities and rights pertaining to that in respect of that specific child, can enter into an agreement, to give parental responsibilities and rights over to somebody else. But it needs to be an agreement. And that is set out, obviously, it needs to be a formal document. The document needs to be submitted to the Office of the Family Advocate. And if they come back to you within 6 months or so, after you've drafted their 2,942 million emails and threatening them with high court orders, then actually, once they have endorsed that, then the parental responsibilities and rights agreement could be made an order of court, and a different party or different person other than the mother could be granted guardianship of that child. The court application, it deals with section 23(1) of the Act, where it says that any person having an interest in the care or well-being or the development of a child, remember now, have in your back mind grandparents. Think about grandparents. But any person having an interest in the care, well-being, or the development of a child may apply to the High Court, a divorce court, in a children's court for granting an order for contact and for care of that child. Those are the two. On the next slide, I've made a differentiation between care, contact, and guardianship and the sections that the Act deals with. Obviously, we mentioned that care, section 21(3), 1A, you can apply to court. Now, this is enforcement of the parental responsibilities and rights in terms of a court order. You could approach the court, the High Court, the divorce court, or the children's court. So the High Court is obviously, as the upper guardian of all children, would be the go-to or the default court that it always would have jurisdiction. But it's an expensive exercise. It's expensive. You need to employ advocates, and yeah, it's just a tedious and it's a long process, and it's an expensive process. The divorce court could also be approached for such an order, but I'm failing to see how a divorce court, like in this regional court, the divorce courts, how they would entertain an application only for care or for contact when doing a divorce matter. They would just simply say, you know what, they only deal with that, they only deal with divorces and not. And they would, in all probability, refer the matter to the children's court. Unless it's done through parts of a negotiation during divorce settlement, where that could actually be done because it could be included, for example, in a parenting plan in terms of section 33, could be included in the divorce court, in the divorce settlement. Obviously, the divorce the children's court will also have the jurisdiction to hear matters pertaining to care. Remember, care is the daily needs of the child. Contact, we call it visitation. Yes, in terms of section 23(1)(b), the High Court could be approached, divorce court, as well as the children's court. With pertaining to guardianship at this stage, in terms of section 24, it is only the High Court that can grant an order for guardianship. And that's problematic because, like I said, it is, if you have a grandparent that wants to obtain the parental responsibilities and rights in terms of guardianship, he or she needs to apply to the High Court for such an order up until a stage that the divorce court would, or not the divorce court, the children's court would, the amendments come into effect, and it allows for that forum to be used as well. If one needs to approach the court for guardianship of a child, Section 24(2) says that the court would take certain things into account. They would take into account the best interest of the child. The best interest of the child is always paramount. It would always be the measuring yard for which any of these applications will be dealt with. That would be the basis, the best interest of the child. The court will also look at the relationship between the applicant and the child and the other relevant parties in that family structure in order to make an assessment, and as well as any other fact that the court might deem necessary. And usually what they do is they get the Office of the Family Advocates involved as well in order to supply them with a report. Now we come to the next slide where it says that, is there a duty of support? Just in general, is there a duty of support on grandparents towards maintenance? Now, you've heard me for the last couple of years talking about the common law duty of support by both parents, and that was codified in terms of Section 15 of the Maintenance Act. It actually says that, there is a common law duty of support for parents, biological parents. They cannot negate that. They cannot get away from that. There is a common law duty of support. But the common law also recognizes a hierarchy of a duty of support. That is common law. Now, Natalie spoke about the structure of courts and how it's enforced and how acts are made. And the common law is something that is not written into law. There's no act where it says this act says that. Like theft, for example. There's no act in the South African law that says that you cannot steal. There's no act that says you cannot murder someone. That is called the common law. That is a generalization of a certain concept of law, which we call common law, and it's not been codified in law, but it still stands as good law. So in terms of the common law, there's a duty of support amongst biological parents, as well as a hierarchy of support. Now, the hierarchy of support is basically means that if the parents cannot look after the children, then that hierarchy of support falls upon the grandparents. The grandparents can't, uncles and aunts, and only afterwards it filters downwards to brothers and sisters, which might, in certain instances, also be liable for paying maintenance. So yes, in a case N versus B, it's an unreported case, again, from the Western Cape. We are well away in the Western Cape with regards to case law all over. But that was said, that case concerned a maintenance office directive that sought to hold a grandparent liable for maintenance in the absence of a prime maintenance order against a minor child's parent. What happened there is that the maintenance officer issued a Regulation 3 directive. He issued a Regulation 3 directive in terms of N versus B in the Western Cape, and to call in the grandparents to say, you know what, you have to come to the party as well. And then this matter went on to appeal, and the arguments were that, you know what, why bring in the grandparents if you have not exhausted all the avenues of the parents? Because the maintenance officer had a discretion, and he used the discretion in terms of Section 3.1, or Regulation 3.1 rather, by getting information to court of the mother as well as any other person that might be liable for paying maintenance. And like I said, there is a common law duty, the hierarchy of support. So the grandparents could be liable to pay maintenance. So the maintenance officer was well within her rights in terms of Regulation 3.1 to get the grandparents to court, even though there was no previous court order. We see that in maintenance courts all over the Western Cape and all over South Africa, where the maintenance officers simply say, but you know what, you first have to exhaust all the avenues before you can go further and claim to the grandparents. And that's quite correct in the one sense, and it's incorrect in the other sense. Because in this unreported case of N versus B, it actually says that, you know what, the maintenance officer could actually get both parents in. And they could get both paternal and maternal grandparents, that could get them in to establish the information of what is necessary to get to a court order or to get to a maintenance order. Still staying on the topic of, is the grandparents liable to pay or contribute towards maintenance? I refer you to, there's a couple of cases. There was one case, Motan versus Yusuf, that was in the 1930s. I wasn't even a spark in my father's eye at that stage. But yeah, it was previously said in this case in 1930 that, you know what, it was only the maternal grandparents that could be liable for maintenance. How unfair was that? It was only the maternal, only on mom's side. Dad's side, no. You know what, they had a free pass. And that was subsequently changed in 2004 with the Peterson versus the maintenance officer Weinberg case, where they said that both maternal and paternal grandparents could be held liable for paying maintenance. The case of Bonds versus the Union of South Africa Insurance, that's a 1977 case. Well case. It was a good case if you want to read something. And they confirmed that the common law hierarchy of support actually existed, and it falls on both the maternal and paternal grandparents. Then on the next slide, you would see, obviously, I've mentioned the Peterson versus the maintenance officer Simonstown matter, where the court recognized paternal grandparents' duty of support, regardless if the child was born in or out of the marriage, in or out of wedlock. And then the recent case, 2011, FS versus JJ and another, confirmed that the parents' duty to support in terms of the parental responsibilities and right indeed outrank the grandparents' rights as such. So that did not detract from the idea that there's a common law duty of support falling on the biological parents of the children. So the obvious question would be, so when would grandparents then be obliged to pay maintenance? There's a couple of instances that I could find in law. One of them was where the parents of the minor children are minors themselves. Hey, kinders maak kinders. You know what? You get that. As die kinders maak, if you've got minor children making children themselves, then the grandparents need to step in for obvious reasons. The grandparents stand in loco parentis, which means in place of the parent. Obviously, that could only be done in terms of court order, or where one of the parents could not be found. We see that in maintenance cases often, where they do not know the mom, they do not know the whereabouts of the father. They honestly don't know where the father is. Sometimes they don't even know the name. So, yeah. Tip to all the people intending to sleep with other people, at least get his name and ID number before you decide to go to bed with him. So in order just to try and find him afterwards. But if you cannot find him yet, then obviously that would be one of the reasons that the court recognized that the grandparents could be kept liable, be held liable. Also in the case of an estate of a deceased parent, if that estate is inadequate to contribute to the child's maintenance. The next portion that I want to stand with still is a recent case. And that's a case that came out a couple of weeks ago, and that was RC versus HSC. And that was for the Gauteng court in Johannesburg, where the court considered whether a non-biological parent should have the right to contact and care for a minor child. In short, what that means is there a right of a non-biological parent, like a grandparent, to have the right to have of care and contact of a minor child. And the court ruled that the appellant, who was not the biological father of the child, formed a close bond with the child. Those are all the things that the court would look at. What was the relationship between the parties? What the relationship amongst the whole family structure? And the court found that the applicant or appellant formed a very close bond with that child. And as such, he was quite correct in seeking an order for contact after the separation from the mother. And this is quite a landmark decision if you ever have the time to read that. Unfortunately, it's an unreported case at this stage. I see the citation, it is reported. So that might definitely be worthwhile to read that case. So what that basically means, and this was a judge very close to my heart because she bears the same surname as myself, Judge Jeandre Opperman actually gave down this ruling. And she said that a court can, as the upper guardian of all children, and it is in the best interest of the child, grant joint guardianship without finding that the existing guardian is unsuitable. What does that mean in practical terms? It means that the court may make an order to say somebody else can step in as a guardian of that child without disposing of the parental responsibilities and rights of one of the parents. And that's quite big. That's a step in the right direction for us as attorneys dealing with family matters. Right, now we come to a portion. The Constitution makes provision that children are protected in terms of Section 28. They've got certain rights. And what is paramount in our Constitution, our Children's Court, as well as the Maintenance Act, all those acts, which stands out and which is quite paramount and quite in your face, is the best interest of the child. So keeping in line with the principle of the best interest of the child, obviously child maintenance is very much a part of such an instance. Grandparents can resort to financial assistance by means of the state's social security measures that we know as SASSA for payments of child grant and or estate pension. One should bear in mind that South Africa at this stage, we dish out SASSA grants like it is, anyone can actually apply for that. And we've got this common misperception that you stand in a queue, you do fill in an application, and then you get something. And we want to try and transverse that into maintenance, the common law duty of support. We will want to enforce the father to pay maintenance. And that's wrong. SASSA payments, getting a government grant from government because the father is too useless to support his child, is completely different than applying for a maintenance order. A maintenance order is your right. You may apply for it. You have to apply for it because it's the benefit and the best interest of your child. The SASSA grant is there to assist you if your money from the father or the money that you own is not enough. It should not replace. It should not replace child maintenance. So we get I've got a couple of clients, then they come to me and they say, I already get SASSA grant. It's not necessary for maintenance. Like hell not. Why? That was not the intention of the legislator, and it was not the intention of government to dish out government grants just because fathers can't pay. It's there to assist mothers, breaching the gap of inconsistency of payments. So in terms of the South African law, I've got a new one. There are 7 types of SASSA financial helps or SASSA grants that is recognized at this stage. The one is, for our purposes, we'll only be focusing, because we're working with grandparents, we only focus on 2. There is the child support, there's a care dependency grant, there's a foster care grant, a foster child grant, disability grant, older persons grant, war veterans grant in aid, and social relief of distress grant. Those are all the grants. There's 7 grants recognized in South Africa. But for our purposes and for people or for grandparents, we only deal with 2. And we deal with child support grant, and we talk about and we'll deal with the older person's grant. So what is the child support grant? The child support grant is aimed at the lower income households. And that was brought in to assist parents with the cost of the basic needs of the children, to assist them with the basic needs. The grant isn't meant to replace any other income, but is intended to bridge the gap in the cost of living. And that's vitally important. So if you take anything away from this workshop or this webinar today, then that should be it. SASSA grants are there to fill the gap in the cost of living. So who can apply for a SASSA grant? If you are the primary caregiver, could be the one that is seeing to the care of the child or the guardian of the child. It could be a parent, a grandparent, or anyone who's mainly responsible, whose responsibility it is to look after the child. And you'll need the following to qualify for the grant. So we're coming now to assistance of grandparents. You know what is a duty of support? We all know that, but we're looking at it from the perspective of the grandparents now. So what can they do to alleviate that burden, to help them? And one of those things are to apply for the SASSA grant. So who can apply for the SASSA grant? What do you need for that? Obviously, both parties need to be South African citizens or have permanent residency within South Africa. And there is also a limitation on the money amount, the monetary amount that you earn per month. At current stage, that is 4,800 Rand a month if you're single. And if you are in a family, 9,600 Rand. Usually what happens is that the mom goes to the SASSA office and she applies for a grant, for a child grant. But if you are the grandparent or the uncle or the aunt looking after that child, if you're not the parent, then you'll have to have proof that you are the child's primary caregiver. Now that could be either in the form of an affidavit filled in by the police station. Obviously, it could also be an affidavit from the biological parent to say, but you know what, I'm giving, or the child is in my care. Or if there is a PR&R agreement, a parental responsibility and right agreement, then that would also suffice. You could also have a report from a social worker or a letter from the principal of the school. I saw that is also sometimes accepted. That is all that is needed for you to get the SASSA grant. For the child to qualify, the child should be less than 18 years old. You cannot ask for SASSA money if the child is 26-year-old and still in standard 3. You cannot do that. Although we want to, but we can't. So the child should be under the age of 18. The child should not be institutionalized by any of the government institutions, and the child should live with a primary caregiver. But there's a provision. The primary caregiver should not be paid for looking after the child. So if Omar looks after the children and she gets paid, then she would not be in a position to claim for child maintenance or for the grant, the children's grant. The primary caregiver should not be paid for that. There's also a limitation that there is, the grant says that no more than 6 children who aren't your legally adopted or biological children can claim for SASSA. You will not be able to get SASSA grant. You will not be able to get SASSA grant if you are being paid as a grandparent now. You will not get SASSA grant if you are being paid to look after the child, or if you are not the child's primary caregiver, or if somebody else is already getting SASSA grant for that child. What happens in practice? Mom goes, she gets the SASSA grant. She drinks it out. She dumps the child, the grandparents. Grandparents now, as the primary caregivers looking after that child, wants to claim SASSA because they damn well need the money in order to help the child. And then they go to the SASSA office and they say, but you know what, there's already a child registered. That's happening in practice. Quite a lot. The process of claiming for SASSA, I'm not going through in much detail there. What you need is your barcode ID, the children's birth certificates, salary slips, if you're unemployed, the UIF cards. If you're not the children, now thinking about grandparents again, if you're not the child's parent or guardian, a written notice or permission from the biological parent, the mother, that there is an arrangement, an agreement that you could look after the child, and then any information that shows that you are the primary caregiver of that child that is needed. That is in order for you to apply for the SASSA grant. Next question would be, can a grandparent be held liable for maintenance if they are on a state pension as the only source of income? You get these trigger-happy maintenance officers being by but in the beginning, think now from the stance, from the viewpoint of the grandparent. Obviously, the older person's grant, that's what we call an old age pension. Most of the people, 73% of people over the age, or older people, let's call it older people, I don't want to put numbers to the ages, 73% receive a state pension or a older person's grant. That is quite shocking. That just shows you the need for assistance for those people. They get the older person's grant because they cannot support themselves. And now yet they are being forced or being coerced to pay maintenance, sign a consent order, because they don't know that they can actually stop and say, but you know what, I really cannot afford this. The means test is always there. The lack of funds will always be a valid defense for you to get to court to say, but you know what, I get an older person's pension, state pension, I really cannot afford that. That would be a valid defense. Is it fair that a grandparent is dragged into court just to say that? The answer is no. The answer is no. I phoned the SASSA office and it was quite an ordeal. So I have great sympathy with all the people online and people sitting here that ever went into a SASSA office or even trying to phone them. Trying to establish one thing. Is it possible for a person to get a older person's grant, state pension, as well as a child grant? I spoke to 4 people and I got 4 different answers. 2 of them in the affirmative had said, no, you know what, it's fine. 2 of them said, no, it's not possible. So who do I believe? I escalated to the legal department. I'm still waiting for an answer. I'll probably get that by the year of 2027, and I'll be happy to report then on that. While I did some research on that, I actually found that in one of the directives and the protocols, policy documents that they had, they said that a person receiving older person's grant or state pension cannot apply for any other social grant except for a child or a grant in aid, which is basically paying for a full-time carer to look after that old person if he cannot look after himself. It was also mentioned that a person receiving a state pension, now state pensions went up as of April this year to 2,080 Rand, cannot receive additional grants like child support grants for themselves. It was quite clear, and all 4 people said, but you know what, you cannot get it for yourself. So if I get a child grant, and I spoke to Advocate Ruiters about that as well, and we both feel that, you know what, it's grossly unfair that they should be barred even though they only get a state pension, that they should be barred from getting a child grant as well, if they are the primary caregiver. Because in their directives, it said that, you know what, you cannot receive an additional grant for themselves. But really, do they get it for themselves, or do they get it to the benefit of the child? And that's still an open question, it's open debate. Henceforth, that's why I got 4 different answers from them. But yes, that is a struggle that we are dealing with. So in short, that is the position regarding grandparents in terms of the South African law, and the duty of support regarding them and how they could actually get to SASSA grants and the procedure that needs to be followed. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Opperman. I'm actually quite conflicted because on one hand, I'm so happy to actually learn that grandparents can also be liable for child maintenance. But then on the other hand, I'm asking myself, fathers in South Africa, are you comfortable with the law going after your parents, especially those parents that earn state pension? Why are you okay with that? On that note, I would like to give Advocate Ruiters a few minutes. He would like to address some of the questions. So if you do have questions, please do come to the front so that you can, so that the online audience can also hear. So, and then after that, we're gonna take a short 15-minute break. Thank you very much.
Okay, I just quickly wanted to say that there are some questions that I was asked, and pieces of paper being sent to me that I had to answer. I think it's unfair towards our online viewers and the others in the room that didn't hear that question. So what I'd like to do is, the Npa Community Dialogue is a community. It's not just me, Mr. Opperman, Mrs. Ruiters, that is going to speak over here, but all of us. That's what community is all about. And all our views is important. And for that reason, I thought we'll have a few minutes where we can get these people's views too. And I'd like to start with Valdila. Valdila, do you mind just coming to the fore? It's so important what Valdila said as far as the SPA contributions. And I'd like the online viewers to hear, because some of them they didn't hear that contribution, and how some of the online viewers, as well as us that are over here, and I sometimes shop at SPA, that I could actually make or buy 500 rands worth of stuff, and 60 rand I'm giving to the parking attendants every time I got a coin collection in the car, and just buy a pair of shoes that I can donate and bring to the community dialogue and make it available to somebody else. And that is what community, that's what Ubuntu is all about, and that's what I'd like us to cultivate. So, Valdila, do you mind just repeating what you said about SPA?
Putting me on the spot now, Advocate. No, a lot of people don't know that SPA is a product or a campaign, let me put it that way, that if you buy for more than 500 rand at any given time, one time of purchase. So even if it's 1,000 rand, you still just get one pair of shoes. But if you're clever, you split your purchases, you could probably get more than one pair of shoes. So what we do is we shop at SPA because it's convenient for us. And every month we buy a pair of shoes for 60 rand. So if your purchase at any given time is more than 500 rand, you can buy a pair of shoes. And the campaign normally starts at the beginning of December, November. And I woke up too late because now I think the sizes go up to size 2, but currently they only have size 11 and 12 where I shop. So I don't miss the opportunity. I still buy the shoes. And when people come and say somebody needs a pair of shoes, I always have a pair of shoes if it fits. So I think we can also, as a campaign, support Abby by buying the shoes and bringing it at some point all together. So at the moment, I've got 2 pairs size 12s for you, Abby. So everybody, please take on the challenge. Thank you.
Wow, well done, Valdi. This is what community is all about. And I shop so much at Spar. I could have had at least 4 or 5 pairs of shoes by now that I could have brought to the community dialogue. So for the people that are coming to the 6th of May, if you can, maybe on info at Lunch and Learn, that one is more active. If they can just put a shoe size, then I will start the process. We lead by example. I'll go and buy for 500. I don't know what I'm going to buy, but my wife will make a list of 500, so don't worry. And the 6th of May, there will be a pair of shoes for whoever put on the info at Lunch and Learn, the shoe size, and what pair of shoes. And for Dila, I already have 2 pairs of shoes that's already donated to Abby. So let's leave that for Abby and her group. But the next pair of shoes, I'm willing to then donate. If there's anybody over here that have a daughter or granddaughter or anyone, and they would like to donate a pair of shoes, please let us know the shoe size, and I will donate the first pair of shoes. And it's open to anyone else. The challenge is out there. If there's somebody else that would like to then support Valdila's idea, and we get another pair of shoes, then please do. I've got my colleague over here that asked me a question, but it is so pivotal and important that all of us hear the question, that I'd like to give him an opportunity to ask his question.
Good afternoon, good morning. I don't know what's the time. Good evening, salam alaikum, Masakanus. I'm Ashraf Aransa, I'm a social worker in private practice. So, the difficult part is when you're having to ask your questions, after the session, it kind of like takes away I wouldn't say the ambiance or the energy, but it kind of takes away that feeling where, okay, the ship sailed already, but nonetheless, so I'm going to actually read what I actually wrote him. So it basically says that, hi there, I'm Ashraf Aransa, social worker in private practice. My first time attending the soccer community dialogue, and I'm struggling to understand dialogue in this session because, it's just presentation, people talking. Are we allowed to ask any questions, or like where does the dialogue come into play? So basically my question was regarding his presentation on what kind of awards as maintenance and how is it different to the care and the contact? Like, so if you're speaking regarding to you wanting to look at, the maintenance as, awards in kind, and how does that relate to the caring of the child? For argument's sake, if you put in a maintenance order to say that, okay, so your responsibility is to watch the child, to take the child to school, to ensure that this as a measure of, or as a means of, providing your maintenance in kind, how does that relate and how is that different to your responsibility in terms of the care and the contact of the child? And so that was basically my one question. The other question that I would necessarily, okay, let's just quickly wait for the transition. We don't want to be lost in translation. So the other question was for Advocate Opperman. One of the main things that you also kind of that I feel that missed out when you speak about the SASA or the grants, which grandparents normally look at, is not just the children's maintenance or what's the other one that you mentioned? Yeah, the older pensions grant. But one of the things that we find, I come from child protection, but one of the things that we find is that a lot of grandparents actually opt for the foster care grant, which is something very, very, very difficult. And I also want to just take a small little time just to quickly explain, why grandparents opt for the foster care grant. Remember that, why is the child in the grandparents' care in the first place, right? So the parents are on polysubstances, parents are not caring for their child, they are, either missing in action. So the Act basically speaks about, when a child is in need of care and protection, only then can a foster care grant basically be an order be made. And sometimes grandparents get lost with if a child is placed in the foster care, a child can only be placed in foster care, if there is no visible means of support, which the Act basically stipulates. So, as social workers, you try to find, is there any alternative way? So it depends also on the magistrate that you get, because this magistrate might feel this way, the other magistrate might feel the other way. So it also depends in terms of the magistrate that you get. So that I just also wanted to point it out that the foster care grant is also as the duty of care is also something that the grandparents also opt for when it comes to the maintenance and the looking of and the caring of the child. But I do know that there was a discussion there is a discussion ongoing. I'm not too sure how far they are with having a specific grant for grandparents that is because looking at foster care alone and having to place a child into the foster care system is a long and tedious process. And I don't think that we've got the resources to, to place all the children in foster care and manage that whole process. So that's in a nutshell my point of view. Thank you.
Well done, Mr. His name is Mr. Ashraf Arendse. And Mr. Ashraf Arendse is in private practice. Thank you for that question. Excellent question. And that's why I wanted to give you an opportunity. And this is what the dialogue is all about. You're completely correct. Dialogue is not just a monologue one way, but it's supposed to come the other way too. And that's why I thought that it's important that we accommodate some of these questions. We've done it in the past, but usually it becomes a long, dragged out thing where a person comes with their personal issue and then takes such a lot of time that we don't get to all the presentations, and that's why we try to limit it. But that doesn't mean that you can't approach the speakers one-on-one. But because of the importance of some of these questions, it's important that we somehow show that this is a dialogue where we give other people also an opportunity to speak. To answer your question in short, and I'll give Mr. Opperman an opportunity to respond to your second leg of your question. Care and contact pertaining to payment in kind. The law commission looked at it whether in a case where the other non-custodial parent will sometimes take care of the child and will wash the child, bath the child, feed the child, even if that is not quid pro quo, I'm doing something to also help my child. And even in the case where the child comes certain days to come and eat at the father's house, if that is also not a form of payment in kind that can be considered. And if you read chapter 4, it is in detail being mentioned, all of these type of scenarios that are being explained by the Law Commission. And when we deliberated on the bill, that's one of the things that was considered, whether we should make such a recommendation to Parliament when the Law Commission paper 157 is then introduced as the Maintenance Amendment Bill. And if you come forth with that idea, Mr. Arendse, you can go and contribute that and say that this is one way that you feel can work for our societies, especially the Western Cape Flats, Atlantis areas, where there are those forms of unemployment where the father can't contribute but would love to contribute something else in kind, whether it is taking care of his child or bathing the child, and in that way somehow made the father-son relationship or father-daughter relationship. So all of these things is possible. but it must come from us as civil society, where we bring that to the table. And you have excellent ideas, so why not? So please make your submission. I'm going to look for it. You've got wonderful ideas, so then we can deal with that. Mr. Opperman, do you want to answer secondly?
Yeah, 100% correct. I love that. Thank you for that. The reason why I did not include foster care or the foster care grant was simply that it takes a long time. And most of the grandparents, that's something that they do not have. I tried to do it in 2 instances, and both grandparents died before I actually could get the people in the system, the grandparents in the system. That was why I thought, you know what, for the purposes of the discussion now, to choose the easier ways to deal with that. But thank you for that. That is definitely 100% correct, that they could also apply for the foster care grant.
Okay, there is 2 more questions, and I'd like to give our young lady an opportunity to ask her question. First, I can your name, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mandy Sokona, and I am a attorney now for the last 7 months. My question is to both advocates in this matter. Currently, I'm dealing with a matter where a couple got divorced, and in terms of the divorce decree, in terms of the settlement agreement, both parents had got joint care and contact of the 2 minors. Both of them are disabled, and the father had to pay maintenance since the divorce. He actually did not until 3 years ago, where the mother had to apply for maintenance, and he was ordered to pay. He only paid the arrears, and now, up until now, he is in arrears again with five years of maintenance. Okay, so now I'm sitting with a matter where the father wants primary care of the one child, and the other one will remain with the mother. So the father now does not want to pay the arrears in terms of the amount that he was supposed to pay for the child that will now be moved to him. So now my question is, can I still go after him in terms of that amount? And then he wants his sister to help him take care of the child that will be in his contact. Can I draft the parenting plan in such a way that both parents remains with joint care, but that the father just have primary care of that child, and that the sister gets legal guardianship as well?
How old are the children?
The one is 13 and the one is 10. Thank you.
All right, I'll go first. It's actually a higher grade question. It's not for the normal advocates. That question, ma'am, is actually supposed to be for Advocate Jeandre Goliath. He answered it to the High Court, or the higher grade questions, but I will try and answer for what it's worth. When it comes to care and guardianship, number one, the courts will look at the Section 7 rights of the children. Is it going to be necessary to separate the children, because they've been growing up all these years together? And one of the things that especially the mediators will also say is, will it be in the best interest to separate them? I don't think so. And I think what is important is to get a background report of both of those children. How do they feel about being separated? And the mediators in the room will tell you, and there are a few mediators over here that will tell you, the voice of the child can be heard in the specific case because of their ages. And I would like to get another voice of the child report first, see how these children feel about being separated before we even talk about anything else. pertaining to the fact that the father only for the last 3 years started to maintain the children, then what we will do is we will look at whether there is a court order in place. If there was no court order in place, then obviously, in terms of the Maintenance Act, we can ask for lying in expenses in terms of Section 16. Lying in expenses is past expenses. Some ladies go back pay. You can look for back pay for all of those years. If there's no order in place, if there was an order in place and he started paying according to an order, then obviously lying in expenses cannot be then pursued by the court anymore, because Section 16 of the Maintenance Act is clear. It's only in the case where there is no order in place. If there's existing order, then obviously you cannot then claim for lying in expenses in those cases. So, but the father wants to apply now to have one of the children and refuse to pay the other amounts that he was due to pay. In that case, she can still go and pursue that, whether it is in the civil court. I wouldn't want her to go to the civil court. She can still get it in the maintenance court while the children are both with her. If I were, I will oppose it as far as separating the children, especially if the voice of the child report say that these children should stay together or they want to stay together, because they will have that feeling of alienation, the one being in one house with the one father and the other one in another house, and both of them are disabled, as you explained. So I would not want to separate them, and I will recommend that the mother goes and apply for back pay, lying in expenses for all those years. She can still file a case for the fact that he didn't contribute to any of the children. Also look at Section 305.4 of the Children's Act. Section 305.4 of the Children's Act says there's a parental duty, whether there's a court order in place or not, it's immaterial. There's a parental duty to make sure that there's sufficient food, clothing, accommodation, medical care, education, all of that is in Section 305.4. So if there's no order in place, she still will have a case in terms of the Children's Act. Unfortunately, most of those cases are not being pursued by the police because the police do not feel it's a criminal offense, even though Section 305.4 says it is a criminal offense. 305.6 says that the specific person that is not complying with his parental duties can be imposed a sentence of up to 10 years for the fact that he did not comply with it. So I will prosecute criminally if I have to, in a case where there's no court order in place. And once I get the court order in place, then I can also, if he's convicted, in terms of Section 40, I attach whatever I can attach, but I will not let it just go to the side. Unfortunately, when it comes to prosecution, I persecute. I make sure I will get what I need to get. And once it gets to sentencing and we get to sentencing, then I will not ask for a custodial sentence, but whatever we have, we will attach in terms of Section 40. We can have the same attachment as I'm also sign languaging now. Yes. Well, I'm learning a talent while I'm over here. I see it's the same one attached. But what you then do is the same Section 26 rights to attach is also in Section 40. So if we get a conviction, then we can also still attach. That's if there's an order in place. If there's no order in place, Section 305.4 of the Children's Act also then say that. But as I said, Advocate Jeandre Goliath is over here for the higher court questions, the higher grade questions. He will answer, but I'll give Mr. Do you quickly want to answer? Mr. Advocate Jeandre Goliath, once I say, please let me answer. So let me give the higher grade question to Advocate Goliath.
There's no higher grade question to any of this. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the platform. My humble apologies for being late. First and foremost, that I have relatives that came and visited. As everyone would know, that I'm not actually from Cape Town. I moved from Kimberley and I'm still settling in Cape Town. I didn't have such a great morning this morning. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. I can actually elaborate, but I won't. But yeah, I'm standing here as a dumped man, as a man that has been in a relationship for more than 8 years with someone that you loved and that you lived with and that you looked after and that you cared for, and someone that cared for you. And every day you fight and you work, you think that you're divorced and a family lawyer. It never gets easy. It doesn't. It's easy for me because that's why I'm good at what I do. And that's why I'm an advocate in my field at 29 years old. I don't have a child. I don't have anything. I'm not like my senior counsel, advocate Deon Ruiters and Natalie, who's a beautiful soul as a mediator. I don't have that type of support system. I'm a 29-year-old, and if someone would go and Google me, you will see I fought the system. I have fought, and I continue fighting, and I will continue to fight because I stand for what I believe in and what I know who I am as Jeandre Goliath. So it took me long to get here because I first had to go and gather strength for myself. Firstly, because I was dumped this morning while I have to come and like speak to everyone here, wanting to know what's going on. And I'm glad the speaker that came on before, I just asked the MC just now whether or not I should go now or after the break. She said no, after the break. And I'm like, no, man, I feel like the question that was asked just now by my learned colleague was very, very, very relative. Daar is nie sekere antwoorde vir sekere goeters nie. I fight about this thing at Simon's Town, and I'll speak English. My apologies for that.
I have support.
No, but I don't want you guys to change it. I must stick. Sometimes you look at a thing and it's like you see blank amens. Okay, you won't interpret that. Okay, you see white people that are Afrikaner or either English and you automatically just want to like speak because I feel like they can feel when you're speaking to them. But let me stick to English because it's a language that we can all relate to. So with the issue about the grandparents, that's a very important point because I felt like I'm going to lose it. I will speak about the other things after the break, but the grandparents issue is a very important thing, especially for us who are like maintenance prosecutors or like a maintenance officer like myself. We cannot just make court orders or anything. And that's where social workers and everyone else gets involved because of the fact that someone needs to be declared either by the High Court or whatever as a guardian of someone. And people come to the maintenance court to want to be substituted in the place of another person. Dan sê ek is die anti van die mens, ek is die wie. Wie moet die geld kry? It's dangerous. And you are playing with our jobs. We are public servants. We are doing our works. The man is a prosecutor. He's a maintenance officer. He's giving me pension. You can't do that. I'm only 29. It's for kinders. I also want to come to the maintenance court. When do I get a chance? Like, yeah, but because I'm a gay man, you think I can't get pregnant. Like, but guys, don't be like that. You're selfish. Give us a chance. But yeah, that's true. And that's something that I really want to say. It's that you have grandparents that are looking after children, and that's where social workers that I personally realized when I got to Simon's Town is that there's a duty on me as maintenance officer. It's about section 28, subsection 2 says that it's the best interest of the child is of paramount importance. So you don't listen to if the magistrate doesn't agree with you, you need to fight to the front. If I'm going to believe in my conscience and in my mindset, and as the legal person that I know that I am, I would not have been admitted at the High Court as an advocate at such a young age if I was not competent to be and speak and say what I know what stands is right. I'm willing to be taken to the Constitutional Court, go and take me on appeal, but don't come and bullshit me. That's where I'm at. No, I'm for real. Because people come to court and they manipulate the court system. But that's something I'm going to take to which the MC of this program has told me. I'm already late. I just wanted to answer the issue about the grandparents thing. It bothers me a lot. And I feel that the people who are here from social development or department of whatever, or SASA or whatever, they are not here. They are not in these platforms. This is a dialogue. I'm not here to come give a lecture. I'm tired. I was at university. I sat in seats like these. Me, I'm for the streets, darling. I work during the week. Generally, I'm for the streets. No, for real. I'm 29. I'm young. I guess young. I'm for the streets. And I'm not going to apologize for that. While I'm drinking my own money, while I'm working for my own money, as jy ongeletterd is, is so, jy sak. Gaan van boeke, loop school. But for now, we are here for a dialogue. And concerning a dialogue, I'm expecting more people to come and ask me, I'm going through a divorce. This lawyer isn't doing this. Go and report him by the Legal Practice Council. This advocate is rude. This social worker isn't doing this. Nurse isn't doing this. This whatever. That is what I'm expecting at such a platform. I'm not here to come and teach you. You're not children. It's groot mense. Some of you guys are older than me. I'm not here to educate you on nothing. If you want to be educated, you come and ask me. That's why I'm saying it's a dialogue. Let's engage. Ask questions like my learned colleague that's more educated than me would answer you. But he likes putting me on the spot. And I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming, Advocate Goliath. As far as your question is concerned, we're going to have a tea break now. Then during the tea break, we can discuss and have some further talk about it. Then after that, our special guest, Advocate Goliath, will take us through the application process as well as the civil process. But he will just give us some feedback regarding that. And we will get, Sondra, to your question later on, as well as the other questions. We will deal with it a little bit later on. So let's have a... do you want to announce? Okay. 12:15, we'll come back over here. So it's 15 minutes just to grab a cup of free coffee, as well as some of the other things that are available out there. There's some fruit that some of the other volunteers and ambassadors brought. So please Okay, and we are back. We have another question from one of our members of public. Sandra, can you come and ask your question, please?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Hi, I'm Sandra. I'm a mother, and I just have a question around maintenance, specifically unmarried parents, where one parent is saying they didn't have the means to pay and therefore stopped paying, but they did have the means. It might not have been salary. So we're in the maintenance process right now, and we're doing lying in expenses, but there's obviously, trying to figure out all of those years, did they have the means, didn't they have the means? So how would you look at that? Because there's also, the grandparents have the means as well. So should I have, I'm just trying to figure out, should you exhaust all those means, attach those assets, sell those assets before you go after the grandparents?
Yeah.
Or can you do both? What's the situation?
For those online viewers that didn't hear the question is, in a case where a person say that he don't have the means, can you then go after the parents, or at a later stage then secure means, can you then go after the grandparents? It's a twofold question. We start off with the first part, and that is based on the case of Hopis versus de Klerk. There was a case where our ex-president of South Africa, that is Mr. Jeandre de Klerk, the son of F.W. de Klerk, was then sued for maintenance. And what happened in this specific case is Mr. de Klerk Jr., he had to then, he had this specific order for maintenance, and he said that he couldn't afford to pay the maintenance. So what happens in a case like that? And then, because he said that he didn't have means, the maintenance court in Gauteng decided to go after our ex-president F.W. de Klerk. That's why the case is called Hopis versus de Klerk, and our president, Mr. de Klerk's name is not mentioned in the case, is because in that specific case, the case dealt with the duty of the maintenance officer, Mrs. Hopis. Now, the maintenance officer in that case added the grandparent before bringing to a decision or getting the court to declare that the respondent, the biological father, did not have sufficient means to deal with it. And because of not having sufficient means, whether the specific court in that specific case can go ahead and then attach the grandparents. What the court said in that specific case is, first, the court need to declare and find that the biological parent did not have sufficient funds, couldn't contribute the amount that is requested for the basic needs or the real needs of that specific individual. And because they couldn't support, or the biological father could not support, then only can you go after the grandparent. Else, you do not have the right to attach the grandparents' assets or the emoluments or whatever it is, unless you've dealt with the fact that there is a case where the biological parent did not have sufficient funds. So first, the court or the maintenance officer must declare that the biological parent did not have sufficient funds. Once the court or that was declared, only then the grandparents will be added as respondents. But in that case, you add both grandparents, the mother's surviving parents as well as the father's surviving parents. Might be one parent or it might be both, but both of them will be added. Even in the case where the mother's parents are already contributing, and in most cases, the realistic situation currently is then in those cases, that specific parent is already, the mother parents are already contributing to the needs of their grandchildren, but to make it clear so that everyone can understand in those specific cases, then those will then also be added. But Hopis versus the clerk makes it clear that first the initial grandparent will then be added, and then afterwards the other grandparents will then be added. So then please come to the fore and stand next to me, and then we can. Then the second leg of it is that there needs to be sufficient funds that the grandparent have. There is two different schools of thought pertaining to in a case where the person or the grandparent have a SASSA grant, whether we can then in that specific case make an order against a grandparent. There's nothing in law that says you can't make that order. The grandparent can even make a donation based on that SASSA grant. The only thing that happens is Section 20, subsection 3 of the Social Assistance Act 13 of 2006 says that the grandparent must have unrestricted access to the SASSA grant that they are getting. That means we cannot attach it. SASSA will never be added as a respondent in a matter pertaining to a grandparent. The only thing that it matters, Section 20, subsection 3 says the grandparent must have unrestricted access to SASSA grant. That's the reason why we can't add SASSA as a respondent. But what it means is, in that specific case, the grandparent can make a donation or say, this is the amount that I'm willing to contribute to the maintenance of my child. The only thing is, we can't, in terms of Section 26, attach that pension that the person is getting based on Section 20, subsection 3 of the Social Assistance Act. The SASSA Act says we cannot, the grandparent must have unrestricted access to that pension fund. I know there's different schools of thought, and I will give my colleague an opportunity to give his view on it, but that is the view that I'm holding, that the grandparent can still make a donation. The only thing is when there is a court order being made, because the court can make that order against the grandparent, but the court will not be able to attach any of a private pension can be attached. It's only the SASSA Act that says that in terms of Section 20, subsection 3 of the SASSA Act 13 of 2006, that you cannot attach that pension fund, and SASSA can't be added as a respondent. That is in terms of Section 20, subsection 3 of the SASSA Act. Please have a look at it. I will show it to you now when we get to. I just want to get to Sandra's other part of her question.
Okay. Thank you so much for the answer. So I don't know if this is one for Natalie Ruiters, but I know a lot of people on the group also have questions about the lying in expenses and how do you attribute the portion? I know obviously the Children's Act doesn't say it's 50-50 contribution, but I think a lot of parents are wondering how can you, if you are claiming lying in expenses, figure out exactly, first of all, what the amount should be and then who should pay what proportion, especially when the two parents have income that is not consistent, so it might change every month. How do we actually figure out the portion that that person is supposed to pay when they claim they didn't have the means? Is that a long one?
No, that's fine. The question is, you said addressed to Natalie Ruiters, so the other half of Natalie Ruiters will answer it. Lying in expenses in a case where the expense or the income of the parties differ from one month to the other month, how do you then calculate lying in expenses? Section 16, when you deal with lying in expenses, do not look at that portion of how the income of the parties are. You look at what the actual expenditure, that's where you start off, that's your point of interest. What was the actual expenses of your child pertaining to the past periods? That's what lying in expenses is all about. Previous expenses, back pay that incurred in the past. How do you calculate that? Once you calculated what the actual expenses of the children are, then and you have the quantum, then you will look at whether that person affordability and what they could have afforded. But then you work it the same way the calculations work that Mr. Opperman explained over the last few months, pro rata your income. If we can show in year 2017 you earn X amount, whether it is up and down, then we work with the average for that year, what he earned as an average. Then we can see what is the amount pro rata his income based on the actual expenses of children. And what I've seen over the last few years is whenever it comes to lying in expenses, mothers never kept a record of all of that expenses over all these years. And what I usually recommend is go and look at what Stats SA say, what it costs to have a child for a specific year. What was the average cost of living for a child in 2017? What was the average cost of living for a child in 2018? And then use that as your base. That in 2017, I didn't keep all the receipts, your worship, but the average cost of living for a child would have been so many months, would have amounted to whatever the case is, and then deal with it in that way. Lying in expenses, excellent article by Roxanne Jansen. Please read it. Or what we can do 27 May, when you do the bundles for us, then we can also then have a specific discussion on lying in expenses. How will you calculate it, and then deal with that specific provision in the legislation. For our online viewers, was another question that I quickly wanted us to deal with before I hand over to our guest speaker, Ms. Natasha Stobel. I just want you to ask that question that you asked me. It's important that other people also know that answer to it. I would like you to ask. Yeah.
The question was the termination of a father's rights and responsibilities. Does it terminate his obligation to pay maintenance?
The reason why I asked Ms. Stubble to ask that question is sometimes mothers have problems with the father not coming to visit the child and any of that. But whenever it feels like it, or that they don't want to have a parenting plan in place and all of those type of things, then the mother just says, I'm tired of struggling with you. I want a termination of rights and responsibilities. I'm one of the proponents, and I've got other colleagues of mine that's got a different view on it. But I never believe that any mother should ever apply for the termination of rights and responsibilities. If you do that, then at the end of the day, you're going to bear the brunt of it. Because that child is later on going to say, yeah, but you, and point fingers at you when the rights and responsibilities are terminated. Because there might come a time that he wants to see his father or want to have that bond, even though the father don't want the bond, and agree to it and say, no, it's all right. I'm happy with it. Less trouble with seeing you. I don't want to see you in any case. So go ahead. I will sign it off. I will sign my rights off. Then when the child turns 16 or the child turns at an age where they start asking questions, then they say, please, I want to see my father. And then when the father's involved, he says, well, your mother applied for termination of rights. Then you sit with nothing. So I'm one of the people, and the people online, I want you to know, please do not apply for termination of rights and responsibilities. And if you do find that it is of a nature where there's abuse towards the child, then obviously you can apply for that termination of rights, but do not apply for the termination of responsibilities too. You can separate, you can apply for termination of rights, but not responsibilities. Then you at least have the responsibility towards maintenance that he have to pay. And even if he's not working, now it's immaterial. Let him still have that right to responsibility. He might win the lotto next month. And if he wins the lotto next month, say, okay, now's my big chance. Now bring of all those years, then you can claim for all of it. So why would you want to terminate both rights and responsibilities, please make sure that you differentiate between the two. I've got no problem with a person applying for the termination of the rights, but never ever terminate the responsibilities. Let it just be terminated as far as the rights is concerned. If there's abuse, because the child will know why you don't want him to or her to have access, or where the father have access to that specific person, but do not. And I know I've got my colleagues that have different views, and if they want to, I will invite them. Mr. Opperman will give a different spin on it. But for me, never ever apply for termination of rights and responsibilities. Rights in the case where there's abuse. Responsibilities, never. Even if you can't afford it, then let it stay there and pray that he wins the lotto. Then we can get that money back. And we can then have a lying in expense where we deal with it. Mr. Opperman?
This is actually a question that one of my other colleagues, I spoke to her about this earlier this morning. And I'll give you an example of how it works in practice, what happened to me. I mediated a client specifically for international relocations. The client was up in Joburg, and we tried to mediate online via Zoom and all these platforms. And the father was so haragat in the whole process, and he didn't want to agree, and it was acrimonious. By the end of the day, I acted on behalf of the mother. The mother said, you know what, I want absolutely jack shit to do with this father because he's a deadbeat, and a couple of other words that I cannot say over the air. And she wanted a termination of his full termination of his parental responsibilities and rights. And I said, you know what, my suggestion, my advice would be, do not do that. Rather suspend it. And she was adamant because she was angry. So she came from a point of being angry, and she wanted to do that. She doesn't want to have to do anything with him, nothing. So we drafted the papers, and at the end of the day, the order was granted. Before the order, I drafted the order. It went through to the OFA, Office of the Family Advocate. Family Advocate, typically in these type of cases, they pass it on to a caseworker, and the caseworker's recommendation was that the parental responsibilities and rights should only be suspended. OFA, the one that puts up the rubber stamp, says no, they disagree with the caseworker. They are full in agreement, full termination of parental responsibilities and rights. Contrary to my instructions and to the caseworker's instructions or advice. So the matter went through to court, order was granted, termination granted. 2 weeks after that, she said, okay, right now I want maintenance. So they said, there's no way that she can claim for maintenance because the responsibilities, PR&R, parental responsibilities and rights has been terminated by court order. Now she wants to go back to court. She's going back to court now, and she wants me to act on her behalf. So I said, no, I will not do that. So the father phones me and said, I need to act on his behalf. So I said, no, that's a conflict of interest. I cannot do that. But what are the chances that the court will grant her, everything that she wanted when she asked for the termination? And now she wants to go back and say, but you know what, I actually changed my mind. It's not going to happen. So like Advocate Ruiters said, please do not. You can ask for a suspension of parental responsibilities and rights, and you can have the rights and the responsibilities split, but never give it all up, because chances are that you would succeed in a maintenance court, although there's a common law duty of support. The court now came with a court order, high court order, being the upper guardian of that child to say that, you know what, no parental responsibilities and rights. So that father has no obligation whatsoever towards that child due to a court order. So be careful with that. Don't do that. That's just my view.
Well done. There you get the other side. I've got one more question. There is one more question. What happens in the case where the father is deceased without a court order for maintenance in place and no instruction on his assets in place, and the father is not on the birth certificate because both parents were not living in the same province, so the travel could not be easy. The grandparents on the paternal side is also deceased. In a case where there is no order, the maintenance courts do not deal with those type of cases. It goes straight to the master of the high court. So once a case has been registered with the Master of the High Court by submission of the deceased's death certificate, then what happens is the Master of the High Court will then investigate and will find out, in that case, who the executor is, and the executor will then take over the estate of that person. If there are any assets in place, then obviously the persons or the dependents of the deceased will then be able to benefit from it. If there are no assets in place, then obviously there's nothing that the master can do. The cases that I've been dealing with over the last few years, I found that in most cases where the father, the non-custodial parent passed away, and he's got a new wife, the new wife never makes mention of this child, but there's a court order in place. And this court order say that, and there's one in Simonstown that I'm dealing with now, where a court order states that the deceased must contribute a certain amount. The deceased's new wife went to the Master of the High Court, got it registered, and got the letter of executorship, and then from there onwards forgot about the child. And when eventually we started helping her, then the executor said, no, but in this case, you were not supposed to get some of the money that was already paid out on behalf of the estate of the deceased. And now they are claiming back the money from the mother. So what I'm telling you is, get the office of the master involved as soon as possible. There are legally trained people over there, advocates too, that are dealing with cases where the non-custodial parent pass away. Also, those people online, and it's the eventuality that all of us have to face. One time or another, that person that is liable for maintenance might pass away. Make sure that you know who the wife is, and make sure as soon as he passes away, find out from the Master of the High Court if the person's death have been registered. If you have a respondent that is out there, make sure that you get a copy of his ID. There will be a copy of his ID on the maintenance file. Ask for a copy from the maintenance officer and take it to the Master of the High Court when you found out that the person, the father or the non-custodial parent, passed away, to make sure that in that specific case they are dealing with it. What if it's in another province? Make sure that in that case it is then being dealt with by the other province master's office at that specific province, wherever he might have been residing, because then obviously it might be in another province and not in the Western Cape. So depending on it, then let us know. I will speak to Advocate Lali as well as Advocate Zoina Agalis, our Western Cape Master of the High Court. They did in 2022 present a talk on what happens in cases of deceased estates. I would like you to check our program. We will get them involved sometime, one time or another, and explain the position as far as deceased estates is concerned. I quickly want to give Peter an opportunity. I want to give my colleague an opportunity to explain Section 19 of the Children's Act. Jeandre, do you mind just going to the next? No, keep it there. I'll tell you. Do you want to explain that? No, you can explain it. Yeah. Okay. No, you can't stay in there.
Hey guys, because Eugene spoke on various slides, it was on very good. I don't normally speak about that. So if you look at Section 19 of the Children's Act, if you are a grade mother, your child's minor, your child under the age of 18, that means you automatically, Section 19, as a grade parent, enjoy guardianship. You don't need an order. You can just, if you go to school, you pull out Section 19 of the Children's Act for this. And then other
Next
parts.
slide.
Next slide. So there's also something that a lot of people, may say that until this day. Now, this book now about masters of eye. This is big company. One, to all your children, you must include, nominate, say if I'm the father, this is my grandfather, I must in my will, Section 27, nominate my grandfather. And the reason why I'm saying, I think it up during COVID time, our parents passed away. This provision only simplifies the expedite approach when it comes to the administrative of the deceased estate. Specifically when it comes to existing money, because we nominate guardian for obviously receive the guardianship, right? But even if there's another parent, the high court also observe that parent. Most likely you will need to a parental rights responsibility agreement, or in this case, if you are the guardian, so that means you will be a guarantee with the biological parent. But you as the grandma, you are the legal guardian as well. Understand? And then, same, grandfather as well, same.
Next slide.
I just think about the grandmas, that's why my parents used to using the grandmas. But it speaks to grandparents in totality. You guys can do it either one, or you can do it together as grandparents. Now, here again with the Social Assistance Act, it's quite clear. Even if you are a grandparent or elderly person receiving on this card, or you are elderly person and entitled to foster care for your family, caregiver, as if the child is suffering from any disability that requires food care, then you can apply for care payments to do the receiving or your foster care grant as a foster parent. You're receiving to always grant as an elderly person and then care payments grant. So these are the provisions that can actually assist financially to apply not only for private outcome. So that is why I thought, no, I have to say something. I know people can make a joke. Yeah, so that's a thing. Especially Section 27 provisions regard to the cease statement, because that can take a long time, and then the child is struggling. So, and just on the local study as well, the situation is quite nice. Finally, 80. Then there's the great parent, something that was local study, live, maintenance, by physical parent, and then by physical parents, you contact the rights. You will apply the 80. So, this out is under the age of 18. Without taking and playing, you are automatically the guardian. So if it's very declined, what parent needs to be 18, you are a party to that.
He's my dear friend and brother. I'm not going to mention his name, but I always discuss cases with him and the Children's Act and all of that, and he's always the one that gives me advice pertaining to it. So page 2 or the page after the program, the Did You Know section is compiled by him as well as our ambassador at the back, Michaela Jackson, just after the program. And Lucy Carlson, they are the ones that will then provide the Did You Know section of our handout from next month onwards. You will get more of it. I'd like to include these provisions of the Children's Act as well as the Social Assistance Act and part of the Did You Know for next month, May.
then we will make it clear as far as that is concerned. Let me hand over to our MC so that she can at least have an opportunity.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So can you take a moment and thank all the ambassadors that provided us with complimentary refreshments today, because wow. And some of you know that it was Jeandre Ruiters' birthday on the 21st of April. So we're going to sing for him, but before we do that, Ms. Ronelle Ross would like to say a few words from the mothers from the maintenance group. And after that, I'm going to also call Ms. Natalie Ruiters to come and present the special award. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ronelle Ross. And firstly, thank you for everyone attending, for giving up your Saturday, and then especially the online attendees as well. I'd just like to say thank you. I know it's, thank you can't even begin to describe, Advocate, what you're doing for us and for everyone, basically in South Africa. I'm not sure if everyone present, if you are aware of a WhatsApp group. It's for maintenance matters, and on the www.childmaintenance.org.za, the link is posted there as well. So for everyone, because every time there might be new moms or new dads in the process, so there is obviously people that's leaving the system, and there's obviously people that's here for the first time. So apologies if every time I, present myself, I might be referring to that, but please just bear in mind that there is newcomers as well. So what I was trying to say, is our dearest advocate had his birthday on the 21st of April. He did not want to be in the Republic of the Western Cape. No, I'm just kidding. He decided to spend it in wilderness. Yes, and and I believe in it. A very nice restaurant. I'm not sure who gave him that referral, but apparently he had a great time. I know he met up with. I think it was the advocate and the attorney that handled. I think there was three legal people in that team, but two of them were present. They met up. Natalie and Advocate Ruiters met up with them. The Z versus Z case that Natalie always referred to regarding the under 18. I'm not going to go into details, but the locus standi, that case that everyone refers to. But I'm going to keep it sweet and short. Thank you so much for everything that you do for us. There is no words. You are definitely the only one in South Africa that does this for his community, and I thank you for that. And we all do. And if you can please join me in singing happy birthday to Advocate Ruiters. And then if I can call Natalie Ruiters down. I heard she likes red velvet cake a lot. So yeah, if you don't want, thank you so much. So please join me in singing happy birthday to Advocate Ruiters. Thank you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Happy birthday to you. And of course, this can be shared with the family at home. So yeah, this is your favorite.
Thank you, Ronelle. And I'd just like to say thank you to all the women online that have thrown so much love into the cake. And I know that we're going to have some tea and wine later on. So thank you very much. I think most of you know this is Deon's passion, and he lives for everyone online and in this room. His heart is for children and all the vulnerable women. So I'm very proud that you do what you do, Deon, and a big thank you from my heart, from our hearts to all the moms. Thank you. And then right now, we have a special award. And this award was chosen by the moms on the maintenance group, and I think there was a Facebook group as well. This award was actually chosen last year. But there is a rebel in the room who has not attended since last year, and so could not receive their award. I wonder if it's Jeandre. Is he here? I think he is. I wonder if he's the rebel. But to this person that we're about to present the award to, I know that all the moms across South Africa are eternally grateful for you. This person gives of heart, soul, despite their situation in their everyday life. And the person that was nominated was Natasha Strobel. The moms nominated you last year. So the moms nominated you last year, but before you actually receive your award, I think for many that are new on board, I'd like to share a little bit about Natasha. In 2020 or 2019, somewhere around there, Natasha would contact Deon. She'd send him constant emails complaining because she's an angry Natasha we love. And Deon just said, you know, I don't really have enough time and whatever, but she was persistent. And then they got in contact and Natasha came with a notepad and she was just, please help me with my case. And she took down all the notes as he was like telling her about her case. And she said, you know, Advocate Ruiters, I appreciate what you've done for me, but I'm not the only person going through the struggle. There's so many moms out there. And I wonder if I can bring a team of moms together. Would you come and help us prepare us for our cases or share the knowledge that you're sharing with me? So Deon said, okay, get the moms together. And within, I think, 10 days or whatever, or a week, Natasha organized a venue. And I remember being there. There were 10 women in the room. Anna was there. Liesel, who's sick and she's in hospital today, but she checked in with all of us last night to make sure that everything's up and running and organized the gift. How amazing is she? So we're very thankful to our initial founders. And Natasha was the woman who spearheaded what we call the Npa dialogues today. But 3 years down the line, what I can say is Natasha's in the thick of her own maintenance stuff. She'll share her story like she usually does. But in all of it, and she's a single mom, as we know, 2 kids, working, but you call Natasha and you say, I need help. She'll put everything down and she'll help you. It's happened to me before. Well, I'll be in the domestic violence court trying to mediate. And then I phone, I'm like, how do you do a consent order? Leaves whoever she's trying to put an intravenous drip on. She explains to me, she goes, I'm going to email you the J214, okay? Then she sends a WhatsApp, but I'm in consultation now. And she goes, do you know how to fill in the J214? I'll help you, eh? This is Natasha phoning the whole time. There's been times that with some of my clients, I needed help. And I phone Natasha and she says, you know what? I'm going to leave Somerset West and she comes to Wynberg. And she stands next to those people in the court in Wynberg. And I know that these examples are one of many. So Natasha, from all of us, we are eternally grateful for the movement that you've started, for the love that you pour into this, the endless hours that you give to the movement, to the mothers. And so from the moms and all of us, this is just a little gift to show our appreciation. Not breaking the camera. That's presented to you, Natasha.
I don't be crying. Man. Sorry. Okay. In court, you're not allowed to be emotional. So, yeah.
I just again want to say, if it wasn't for this man who literally, he does everything, okay, and he's there day and night. If there's not a question before 7, he says, where's the questions? I'm waiting for it, okay? There is, I thank God eternally for who you are. I still believe this is all part of a bigger plan where God knew there was going to be a me who's very harde gat, and there's going to be an advocate who wants to fight, and there's going to be a community that needs help, and he brought it all together. So that's just the big plan. But every single one of you who are either here in person or online, you are needed in this organization, and this organization needs you to drive it further. And when advocates said to me, and I know I always get into trouble, always put my foot in shit. So he said that, I said to him, his boss was sitting here, and he said, yeah, he's going to stop. And I said to his boss, I looked at her in her eyes, and I said to her, you know what, you're not going to stop this. And I know he's angry with me for saying that, but again, I really, really believe in my heart this is a bigger plan, which is not dependent on Natasha or Deon, because if God has got a plan, he will find somebody who will execute it if you don't want to. So yeah, but thank you for who you are. We've grown like a family together. It's just, thank you for every single thing that you do for your wife. I know very often she's on the back seat because he's got so many girls that he has to entertain. But she doesn't care. She's not care, but she doesn't mind, because her heart is also, people. And so this is, I love you guys like my own family. And thank you for saying yes to the call. And all of you make it better and easier, and we need to drive this. So thank you for my award. This is so out of my thing. Thank you so much.
So don't be a rebel and stay away for 3 months.
Sorry, guys.
I have to love and leave all of you. I have to go fetch our young adult dependent child. She's 19 and she's in the thick of exams. So I'm going to rush off. I'm going to love and leave all of you. But I will be back. There's a bake off. Some ladies were baking at 3 a.m. this morning, and so there's going to be a competition. I'll be back for the cake and wine. See y'all later.
So, wow. Thank you. I mean, Natasha, without your yes, we would not be here. Women like me would not be here today if you didn't say yes and be obedient in the midst of the pain and your own suffering. Many women and children in South Africa are going to enjoy justice because they said yes. So I want us to continue to honor you as a founder of this community. So we're actually going to call Ms. Ronelle Russ. She's going to talk to us about the process of submitting a complaint if government officials, so maintenance officers, prosecutors, magistrates are rude. And so she's going to take us through that process, and then we're going to end off with our guest speaker, Advocate Goliath. So, Ms. Ronelle Russ, the floor is yours.
And I'm back again. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And I'd like to thank once again the NPA for providing us with these facilities. And for Advocate Ruiters, all of his colleagues, I'm not sure who's in the room, so apologies if I miss someone. Thank you so much for your time. I want to say a special thank you to Mr. Opperman as well. He's the one driving all the technology for us in the background. Thank you so much for your time, for everything that you do, almost day and night as well. And then to a special lady, she is ill, but Miss Niesel Grunier, believe it or not, from her hospital bed, organized most of the stuff going on in the background today. So a huge thank you to Liesel, and I hope you feel better soon. I'm going to quickly take you through the complaints process. But before I start with that, I'd first like to point out, and I can't remember what the advocate's surname was, but it was here last year. I think he's got a case at Simonstown. I think that is, I can't remember his surname now, apologies. But one thing that he said that stood out for me, and I hope it stands out for all of you, is that this is your case. For anyone in the system, please remember that yes, of course, you're going to court, there's a maintenance application, there's a court process, there is officials that need to do their job. We understand, all of us, we understand that. But basically, this is your maintenance case. And you should be the driving force behind it. And you. So of course there will be glitches in the system. You must understand as well that going to court, there's only so many people that handle all these inquiries per day. The resources are limited. It's a fact. We can't do anything about it, but we need to understand then what can we do to assist. Because of course we need to help the children. Of course they need to be fed. All of us, we understand that. But please understand that it takes, like Natasha said, all of us to drive this process and to make sure that the most vulnerable, and that's the children, get what they deserve. But you must realize that this is your case. And there was something else that I mentioned in the previous month. I'm so sorry, apologies, I'll get to that now. Because remember, we spoke about it in dialogue, remember? It's not just a presentation. So I'd like it to feel like a dialogue as well. When you're sitting in that maintenance officer's office, and the father and the mother then is present. I spoke about it last month, but I want to reiterate it again. Please make sure that the father signs that paternity form. So then there will be no issues downstream or 6 months from now or a year from now, because believe it or not, and I'm not saying this is true for all men, but this happens. The moment that the person that defaulted or does not want to pay maintenance, the moment someone like that is now forced, now all of a sudden, oh no, I'm not the father. And then the process needs to start right from the beginning, whereas you, remember what I said, taking ownership of your case, you could have prevented this yourself. So that form, I'm not too sure if it's available on the website. I'll check with Advocate Ruiters now. If that form, so that is available on the www.childmaintenance.org.za, that website. Please have a look what that form looks like. Please, for the attorneys in the room, please urge your clients to make sure that that form is signed. Then that father or mother, because remember, there is situations where it's the mothers that don't do maintenance. I just want to make that clear as well. But then both parents have already consented. They are the biological parents of that child. Then the process cannot be, let's say, 6 months from now, already in the process, and then it needs to come all back. Please take ownership of your own case. Another thing, I'm jumping a bit through, it's regarding return of service. I'm not going to go into the process of, what step 1 is, what step 2, what step 3 of the maintenance process, but After the maintenance officer decided that you have a case now, a maintenance, there's a file open, various admin duties that takes place, but then there's a directive that is issued to both you, the applicant, as well as to the respondent. Please, once again, take ownership of your case. Don't wait for the day, for your court day, for say the 20th of May, you come back to court. Only on that day, you find that the return of service, it was never issued or it was never filed or your file is missing. I'm going to come to that now as well. 7 days before your court appearance, please make sure, remember it's your case. This is your child or children you want to look after and should. Please make sure that return of service is filed in that maintenance file. Don't come to court and then you get disappointed, which is understandable, but remember you can do something to prevent this. And that's one of the things that you can do. Another thing regarding the maintenance file, please make sure that you have a copy of everything, and this is something that Natasha taught me, so thank you for that. Please make sure everything that you file in that maintenance file, you have a copy of, and it's stamped by that court official. It does happen that your file goes missing. That can happen to anyone. But then everything is missing, and once again, you need to start the process again. And in the interim, your child or children, they're sitting without food. Whereas if you have the copies and it's stamped by a court official, you can go back and say, I've got the copies, it's court stamped, so sorry, you need to take this further. So please ensure that as well. I'm just going to run through the slide now, apologies. So my agenda should have been right in terms of the maintenance, so the Maintenance Act 98 of 1999 and the Amendment Act 9 of 2012. We're going to discuss once again, and I did last month as well, but the Department of Justice Justice Service Delivery Charter, the DOJ Code 26 of 2015. It's called the Codified Instructions, and it's code the Family Court Maintenance. There is basic principles and actually instructions that court officials need to adhere to, but we will discuss that later. Then the complaint process for the DOJ for the maintenance staff. There's a complaint process for Npa prosecutorial staff, and then complaints process for magistrates. So first of all, when someone new joins the group, the WhatsApp group that I referred to, the maintenance group, we always ask the newcomer to please take a photo. There's a certain board up in every court. Every court has it, I'm sure. Okay, there it is. Whereas you can see who's the court manager, who's the area court manager, who's the director of court operations, and who's the regional head. And I want to stand still here before I go on. Once again, this is your case. There is a few things that can go wrong, but there's no point in complaining on the group, complaining to your family, complaining to friends. But you as a person whose actual case this is, have not followed the formal complaint route. There's no one will know about your complainants, and I understand the frustration. I understand it. I've been through the process myself. I do get that. But if you are not following the formal complaint process, no one will address this. Then, let me just see where I'm now. Okay, so I'm going to quickly run through the process of the complaint, so where you will start. So you're dealing with, so when you're going to the maintenance court, you're obviously dealing, first of all, with a maintenance clerk who will file certain information and adhere to certain filing duties, etc. I'm going to refer now to when you're dealing with the maintenance officer. So if you have a complaint, I'm just going to give some time for them to sort. So if you're dealing with a complaint regarding the maintenance officer, so this is the steps that you will take to address a formal complaint. You will address the court manager regarding your issue or complaint regarding a maintenance officer. You will see below, you wait for a response for 5 working days. If you do not receive any response, you address it to the next person in line. That will be your area court manager, and that will be on that board as well. Once again, wait for 5 working days. Then you address it to the regional head, as you can see on the graph. And thereafter, you escalate it, copy all in. As it says there, you see, keep copies of all emails. So that's what I said at the start as well. Just the same thing with your file. Keep copies of all your complaints and all your emails. After the regional head and after no one has provided you with feedback, you copy all in, as I said, and then you may address it to the public protector as well as to the National Office of Complaints. So I'm going to quickly go to what is our rights. So we have a few rights in terms of the Maintenance Act. Section 10, I'm going to stand still here. It says insist on an interim maintenance if the respondent do not have his documents. So when at court, and you are therefore, so I'm going to quickly just share because there might be, as I said, new people sitting here. The process is an informal process. The first process is called the Section 6 inquiry, which will be in the maintenance officer's office. If the respondent and the applicant is both available, and there is sufficient documentation available to the maintenance officer as well, and both parties are available, you are allowed to ask the maintenance officer for what we call an interim maintenance order. That maintenance officer will take that to a magistrate, which will then have a look at the file, and they will make a decision as to what amount. So it might not be the amount that you ask for in your forms, but it's an interim amount to get you through to eventually when you have your court date. That's what the interim amount refers to. I just want to make sure or inform you that there should be no existing maintenance order in place. Otherwise, you will not be able to get an interim order. Okay, so do not leave the court without an interim order. So I'm getting to another section now. It's section 11.1, and it's regarding subsistence and travel allowance. So most of us, or few of us, well, I was one of them, I had no idea that you are allowed to actually claim for your expenses going to court. Because how many times has it happened that you go to court, then it gets remanded, go to court, go back to court, gets remanded. You need to take time off work. You need, obviously, transport fees to get there and back to work or back home. You are allowed to ask for a section 11.1. If that specific person or maintenance officer tells you there's no such thing, then you ask them to take out the act, the Maintenance Act, and then you show them section 11.1. And you do not leave court until they have finalized that, because you are entitled to that. That is your right. Okay, now I'm getting to another point. Regarding affidavits, I spoke about it last month as well. On that specific website that I just referred to, the www.childmaintenance.org.za, there is, let's call it pro forma affidavits already drawn up to assist people with various, so it's either for a complaint, it's either to start the process, it's either if the respondent is lying about his financial means, etc. I just want to make sure that everyone knows that there is specific affidavits available. Obviously, you just need to change the wording to suit your specific case. The next point that we're getting to regarding the affidavits is when you fill in that form, the J101, the form to claim maintenance, it will be in your best interest to file a founding, what we call a founding affidavit with that. Tell your story to court with proof and attach it to that J101. And the next point I'm getting to is you must understand if there's any supplementary affidavits that you would file, because this process can take up to months. Some moms I hear it's up to a few years. So in the interim, things might change. The respondent might get an increase, or the applicant has lost their income. Then it's quite a variety of things that can change in your specific case. It is advisable to file what we call a supplementary affidavit. Because remember, when you get to court, so I just spoke about what a Section 6 inquiry is. I'm not going to go into details what a Section 10 inquiry is, but we call that the formal process. That's where you will be in front of a magistrate and not just the maintenance officer. The maintenance officer will also be in the courtroom, yourself as well as the respondent. A magistrate is not going to sit there and listen to a story that has not been documented, or that what they call it's not before the court. So please make sure that everything that you want the court to take into account is actually before the court. And what I mean with that is documented in that specific affidavit. So you are allowed to supply the court with supplementary affidavits. And what we refer to there is please make sure that you file those 21 days prior to your court date. If it's less than that, if you think you're going to file an affidavit a day before the time, you're welcome to do so. But I can tell you right now that will not be taken into account. First of all, the magistrate will, I think it's 5 days or 10 days that the magistrate needs. I think then the court trial closes or the file closes. They will not take this into account. And then the respondent's legal representation will say, but they didn't have that affidavit to go through to prepare the client or to prepare their case. So then another remand I can promise you now, you think you're going to come to court and you're going to get maintenance. You are not going to get maintenance. They will say, oh, sorry, we need to postpone because the other side has got a right to first go through that affidavit. That's why it's important, as I said before, please take ownership of your own case. Please make sure it's done timeously. We've had situations, and it breaks my heart, but where moms like a day before or the night before, ask for assistance. We are all there to assist, almost 24/7. But please understand that it's not practical for you to ask a day or a night before your court appearance for assistance. We can offer you assistance, but nothing will be taken into account at all. So lastly, I've dealt now with when you have complaints against the maintenance officer. There's also instances where moms on the group will tell us that the magistrate were extremely rude to them. So you get that as well. And remember, you as we as civil society, we have a right to complain. We have certain rights, and you have a right to address this if a magistrate were rude to you. The process to follow is then to Google, as you can see there, the Magistrates Commission. You will find, sorry, I'm just going to read off there, it's easier. You will find the Magistrates Commission hosted on the DOJ website. So you will look for the complaints tab on the DOJ's website. And very important, please note that Mr. Dawood is not working at the Magistrate Commission anymore. It still says that if you Google that, unfortunately has not been removed, but the new person, the acting secretary, is Michael Nieuwoud. And as you can see, there's the new email address. It's looks like, yeah, mi.nieuwoud@justice.gov.za. There's a specific telephone number as well, a fax to email address as well, or number. And yeah, as I stated before, the website has not been updated with the newest email address. Thank you so much for your time. If there's any questions, it will be answered afterwards. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ronel Ras. That was very informative. So just a reminder, the session is recorded, and if you want to go back and view the presentation, you're welcome to go to our website, www.topmaintenance.org.za, or go to our Facebook page or our YouTube, and you'll find this presentation. So the moment we've been waiting for, Advocate. But we've been waiting for you since January, actually. So, yeah, so I thought we were going to talk about the maintenance process, but I'm not sure if that's what's on your heart. So I'm going to just give you the platform to share what's on your heart, encourage us, and yeah, I'll just give it over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you once again for the platform. Yeah, I'm going to speak from my heart, and not so much so as to what I have to explain. I feel that the process, if you go online on social media and everywhere, Advocate Abdurrahman speaks about maintenance matters. Advocate Deon Ruiters speaks about maintenance matters. We all know by now what the process entails. What I feel, what is not happening, it's more about the system and where things go wrong. And I feel as if what I was going to speak about is what Roniel already touched on. So first and foremost again, let me just acknowledge my appreciation towards the interpreters for being here on this Saturday afternoon. And then as well to you, Mr. Eugene Opperman, for recording this, to all our viewers online, for tuning in. I'm from the Northern Cape, and I explained this the last time, which was not in Jan, MC, it was in Feb. It wasn't that long ago. I was here just the other time. Yeah, so ek is van die Noord-Kaap, I'm from the Northern Cape, and I'm very much about public service. I'm a public servant. I take my job very seriously. I'm a young person. I'm 29 years of age. I'm born 1994. Into democracy. I'm not born free. I don't believe in that saying. That saying we are born free while I'm living in Cyril Ramaphosa's economy, earning what I'm earning, working for the Department of Justice. I can earn more. But it's not about that. When something is your calling, and I believed what Natalie told to her husband, it's beautiful what she said. And I don't think Advocate Deon Ruiters realized that we multiply. There are more people like him. And here I'm standing today. Ons is twee verskillende mense, ons kom van verskillende backgrounds. Tot just they understand. The ones you need to interpret, well, I'll speak in English again, and then, like I said, there's just certain times that you want to say something and you want to get the message across, and the people understand. You must read the room. And my mother personally is a nurse as well. So the award that was given to Natasha this afternoon was heartwarming to me. And like I told her, I tell a lot of people, like in Kimberley, I ran a bigger court, the Kimberley Family Law Center, and everyone would know me from there. I'm not sure why there's still not a maintenance officer at this current stage. And that gets to Ronald's issue, is that we have people that are sitting in administrative positions. Things are too political in this country. And it's annoying for people that are educated, that are qualified, such as ourselves, and even for people that are uneducated or did not have the privilege to become lawyers or whatever, but want the cases to be dealt with as speedily as possible. We cannot have people sitting in regional office and be court managers and whatever, and they dictate to you, but your case doesn't get dealt with. There's no clerk here from any magistrate's court sitting here. They will not offer their Saturday afternoons to come here. Why? Why are they not being held accountable? In Kimberley, I watched your slide, Ronald. I was making a few notes. It's not only the public protector. Report me, report us, report public servants. If you're a woman, why are you not reporting another woman to the Gender Commission for your case not being dealt with? Why are you not reporting another woman or another man who's the maintenance officer to the Human Rights Commission? You have avenues. Who are you waiting for? On me? Because that's what I tell a lot of people. I'm a maintenance officer. And Advocate Ruiters is a maintenance, is a prosecutor, senior prosecutor in terms of maintenance, which is covered in the Act, the Maintenance Act. That's why I say, I'm not going to explain as to how we fill in a form, and the forms are there. It's the implementation that doesn't take place. Section 26, which says that emolument attachment orders, I can get the order. All that I need, first and foremost, let me get, while it gets to the part where I actually had to speak on, when you fill in an application form, please first and foremost make sure that you have details as far as possible concerning yourself and your children. Make sure that you're in the right jurisdiction, the court that you are at. If you're a grandmother, act on behalf of your grandchildren. Give me more information. Where is the mother at? Where's the father at? You are not legally liable to come and claim maintenance on behalf of simply because the parents are gone. I need to take first steps as a maintenance officer. I'm official of the law. Some maintenance officers may not operate like me at Wynberg or in the Northern Cape or other places where I'm from. I go the extra mile. It doesn't mean another maintenance officer will go the extra mile. They don't. They don't. And it's what Ronald said. Take charge of your case. You're the one that's instituting the case. Don't wait on, and it's what I fight with the clerks about. Why are you seeing that the guy wasn't served while the court date is only in June? There's a woman that's struggling. I'm not saying, yeah, but this woman does work. I'm like, even if she works, the school fees is a lot that must be paid every month. So because you sorted, you don't think about the next person. And I'm reasoning from a point of view because I'm a 29-year-old guy. I'm not Advocate Deon Ruiters and Natalie, them that have kids. And I mean, I can speak from an objective point of view. I can go and drink my money and live my best life and be there on Long Street and that's not the case. It's whether or not you are passionate about what you are doing. And that is what young people don't realize. And that's what I tell a lot of young people. And that's why I'm influential. And that's why I am who I am. It's because you need to work and understand why you are fighting. Why did I become a lawyer? Why am I in this profession that I'm in? Why am I so good at what I'm doing? It's because I know what I'm doing. I'm not here to, so I'm not intimidated by a magistrate. I'm not intimidated by a judge. You can take me to the highest court of the land, to the constitutional court, if I know what I'm arguing about. And also if I'm incompetent for where I'm incompetent about, I won't take, I love constructive criticism. So that's why I don't care when people come and knock at my office, just don't harass me. It's like Ronel spoke about, limited resources. Fight the clerks, fight the management. Let them get more clerks. But at the end of the day, it's like I can get at 9 o'clock at work. I tell people my court roll is done at 11. It doesn't matter whether there's 30 cases on the roll. I work. I work. You don't come to court and then as parents, whether you're going through a divorce or whatever, you don't sit. The one guy is sitting there, the other one is sitting on the other side. We're here to mediate and negotiate. Failing which, this case will be postponed. If you don't come with your documents, I will postpone it. We can argue it in court and say there's been 6 postponements. There were 6 postponements because you feel that, Mr. Advocate Goliath, I have another appointment. Why are you making more appointments when you know you are coming to court? So I'm here all day, every day. Ek het gewag vir jou, baba. It's vir jou wat ek gewag het. Net vir jou. Van 8 o'clock tot 4 o'clock. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. You better serve that appointment, but I'll wait for you. And the minute that people can realize that, we need to start speaking to one another. And that's why I mediate with people. Whether we have differences and indifferences, even through domestic violence, I speak to people and say that I don't speak from a place where I don't know where I'm talking from. I've assaulted my stepfather when I found him beating up my mother, who's a nurse, that works long hours, every day, single day. I've laid in a cell for more, in a December time where magistrates told me that, yeah, the court is closed. So I will lay. I laid on a Christmas day in a prison cell while I was in my 3rd year of law. So no one comes and tells me. I'm ridiculed all day, every day as a gay man. And I'm not scared. If you Google me, I've been persecuted nonstop by a university because a white boy called me a monkey in Potchefstroom campus. I've been through this and I'm only 29 years old. That's why I say, don't call me a born free. Go Google me. They will find out who Jeandre Goliath is. I'm a force. Unapologetically so. I'm not scared of anyone in any room. Come for me, I come for you. We'll come for one another. But at the end of the day, as a maintenance officer, I'm saying that we don't just do these jobs because we are bored or because there's no work out here. To be a maintenance officer, you really need to have passion. You need to have sympathy. You need to have empathy. You need to be able to educate a man that doesn't understand what it means, because most men probably don't. And I've realized that in Simonstown, and I can actually post about it. I thought when I came from Kimberley that I was going to be dealing with men in Cape Town that are just reluctant to maintain the kids. It's more heartbreaking to me what I realize the circumstances are here. And I tell women all the time that you guys can see one another's situation. Jy het geweet man by my gevry het, jy het jy gejol het, is alles nice. You knew the type of person that you went and jolad with. Now you're going to come and act in front of me as the maintenance officer like this guy that you went and had a relationship with and had intimacy with, and this child was born that he can take out 1.5 every month. No, babes, he can't. And you know that, and I know that. Let's be realistic when we come to court. Don't waste your time and don't waste my time. It's like in Simonstown, I've realized that the type of people that we deal with is different. because I've realized in the Northern Cape, I make maintenance orders of 400. I don't even accept maintenance orders of 500, 600 or less anymore. I feel that I get taxed every month while I don't even have a child. People get 350 rands every month while they don't work because this government can't create employment for young people. And then I must accept that because you don't want to go for family planning, you can't condomize. I'm speaking now from a point of my mother's a nurse. You guys mustn't forget the backdrop. So I'm very, very serious about these things. Don't waste my time. It's a public service. When you come to the magistrate's court, it's a public service. It's the same like a primary health care clinic. Because if you wanted a lawyer, appoint your lawyer. Your lawyers don't even, and that's another point I want to get to, because I've realized that at Simonstown, cases get postponed, or at courts, cases get postponed. Don't go to lawyers because you think your lawyer will represent your maintenance case better. Then they come to court and they postpone the case because I first want to consult with my client. I'm like, you can consult now. I will make a room available. I'm here from 8 till 4 o'clock. Consult now. Yeah, I have other cases. Why do you double book yourself? Still the same point. Why are you guys paying for private attorneys that double book themselves because they don't take you seriously? That is where we need to get to. It's about the best interest of the child, and as you as a woman, if you are married to another man, it's more if you are being economically abused by a man and you want spousal maintenance. Learn to take matters into your own hand and actually be in charge of your case. That's where I'm at. And the other aspect that I want to get to again, that Ronelle was talking about, it's more like my main issue is more about the issue of administration. It's not about me. I get the court order. The return of service is not, if things are not served properly on someone. I'm not saying go and arrest the clerk of the court, but I'm saying that, like, I fight with the clerks of the court all the time. They don't understand certain documents that are very much needed for me to get an order from a magistrate or from whoever. I need a certain legal document because I can get the court order, but if court process weren't followed properly, things can get taken on appeal and things can get set aside. And unfortunately, these useless men that cannot look after their kids, and that's what I call them out for, because they can afford attorneys. And I hate attorneys that cannot give proper legal advice to their clients. To say that, why are you paying me for this when you should actually just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? It's disgusting. And I want to say it online to whoever is watching that is a legal person that represents this fraternity. If you are representing men and women and frustrating the court process, and you will meet me personally, it's not going to be nice. Because that's who I am. And I'm fortunate to have met up with magistrates in Simonstown who are as passionate like me, who don't just postpone cases. We will deal with it today. So when did your client instruct you? Oh no, only yesterday. Is it our issue? What must I? I have a partnered matter in Kimberley. I have a magistrate that's strict there as well. I flew down to Kimberley and the lawyer there, he's from Johannesburg, ended up not flying down, and then he was feeling sick. And I took a copy of the court file and I was in Muizenberg online waiting to do that case. And again, his client was saying, oh, I didn't get paid the day. These are assistant directors. These are people that work in government that earn more than what I can ever imagine at 29. That's hurtful, actually. It's disgusting. And that's why I'm like, why do you get people involved, lawyers, when it comes to your kids? Can you not speak to the mother of your child? Can you guys put your differences aside? There are school fees that must be paid. There are things that must, if I had kids, which I'm fortunate I don't, especially in Ramaphosa's economy, unless I was hiding money in furniture, but I'll get there. But yeah, but you must speak, you get to court, and that is what I want to tell all of you. Speak, you get to the maintenance office and say, this woman is vexatious. She wants 1.5. She can't even prove what the 1.5 is about. I want a copy of her application. Some of their applications are not even commissioned. I remove them from the role. Not always, but sometimes I remove. Because I feel there's actually no application before me. Why am I entertaining you? It's your duty to take charge of your case. Check, sign every form. The forms are standard. So it means that we have illiterate and incompetent people in the public service. How did they get those jobs while there are so many young people that are looking for work? They cannot even commission a form. But here in Cape Town, at least I saw that a lot of the people, they come to court and the forms are filled in. They are done properly. But I check them. But the files are messy. How does a file go missing? How does a file go missing? A maintenance file go missing. How? Don't you guys find that worrisome? Like I need to come and hear arguments of tax evasion in maintenance cases. As a woman, the time when you were with that man, you were part and parcel of that. The fact that you know about those crimes, that's worrisome to me. Then they come to the maintenance court and come and speak about these things. Check your conduct. Check yourself before you come to court. Don't waste your time and don't waste our time. You have millionaires that come to court. No, we just want to make this a court order. I'm going to pay 30,000 rand per month per child. Oh, really? I'm like, I won't make such a court order. I fought the magistrate about that last week. She was like, yeah, but the guy is going to pay. I'm like, yeah, but the issue is if he's not going to pay, then we are dealing with arrear maintenance cases and criminal prosecutions of over 5, 6, 52 million. Gebruik jou brains. Ek dink is logies. It's logic. Any person can think. Even 2,000, I will ask you, sir, can you afford 2,000? Petrol goes up every month. This goes up. Are you sure per child that you can afford this per month? Because I feel that if you can afford 15,000 rand per month per child, why are you at court? Why are you not just maintaining your child? Why are you coming here? Why are we putting it in black and white? Then go to the High Court. Go. You can afford a lawyer. Don't come here where I must make maintenance orders for basic needs, where people literally are dying of hunger. And that is what my appeal is today. Don't waste our time. We work with limited resources. Don't harass me on my work email. I don't have time to check emails. I don't work at a call center. I'm a maintenance officer. I work in court all day, every day. I don't have time for that. That's why the clerk is there. And the clerks must start doing their work. And clerks don't do their work because the public don't hold them accountable. And that is what Ronel was speaking about. So they get away with all of this all the time. And your cases get delayed and your cases get postponed. The sheriff don't do what they do. And that is what I fought with the court manager about. Why are you paying the sheriff if the guy wasn't served because you couldn't find the guy? Why is the sheriff being paid? What service did he render? What? Or he just says no short service. So where's the short service coming from? If I issued out the directive as the maintenance officer with a stamp on it, and the date is on there, and it reached the office of the sheriff 20 days later, the court day is 5 days before, the sheriff is of course going to send us and send short service. The court date is short. So who didn't do their job? Let's get there. And that's where people need to be held accountable, like I'm saying, like Ronel said. hold people accountable. I'm not scared to be held accountable, what I spoke to Advocate Ruiters about. To me, you can hold me accountable as a maintenance officer. I try my best. I only have so much hours in a day. I can't speak on behalf of all. I know most maintenance officers really try their best. We really do. And there are clerks that really go the extra mile at different courts. And I applaud you for that. I applaud court managers that really go the extra mile. But there are others that do not, because they simply do not want to do their work. And whether we are frustrated because of we are all going through our own personal circumstances. We're all living in South Africa. That Maki Sak, whether I'm earning 10,000 Rand more than you, or you're earning less than me, or you are unemployed, or whether you are Zimbabwean, or you are not, or you're a foreign national, and you're trying to secure maintenance for your child, I will help you as far as possible. We are trying. And that's the only thought that I would want to leave you guys with. Because like I said, it's more about an engagement. And I feel that if there's any questions, rather ask me questions and then I can answer. I hope I've triggered something in you guys. Like I said, I was dumped earlier on. I'm still dealing with my breakup. But yeah, I've learned a new thing. You never too educated or whatever. To my colleague there at the back, I didn't get his surname. Section 27 of the Children's Act. You brought that to my attention. I'm not that well versed in the Children's Act that much. I deal mostly with domestic violence and maintenance. But in terms of children's court, you taught me something. And I wanted to place that on record, because most people think of my roep for advocate and magistraat and wie. Dat jy is mos die mens. Jy ken net ons. Jy is the girl. You are never the girl. We always learn. We work in different work environments. We're always learning from one another. And that is what these dialogues are about, because we want to learn from one another. And thank you all for taking out your Saturday to come here. Some of you, it's not only because of your personal cases, but because of you help other people. And some of you because I can't really, I don't have the words. Sometimes it just gets me emotional, because I always wanted to start something like this in Kimberley or in the Northern Cape. But like I told Advocate Ruiters, it started here. This thing might as well just grow to the other provinces. It's just I'm not getting the other ones on board. They're not as eager as I am, because they're not going to take out from their Saturdays to want to do these type of things or do whatever, which I feel doesn't really take a lot from your time. But another thing that's coming to me now, I'm very spiritual as well. Die woord van die Here sê, I'm going to say it in Afrikaans. Die mens beplan, maar God bestuur. As a man thinketh in his heart, so shall it be. The book of Proverbs also says that he who walks with the wise grows wise, but a companion of fools, they suffer harm. Thank you.
And that is our special guest, Advocate Jeandre Goliath. He completely, I gave him a PowerPoint presentation, said, you speak about this. And obviously, he spoke from the heart, and that's what means more than anything else. Advocate Jeandre Goliath, thank you so much. I'm so sorry about what happened. I also saw that online, people want to know who you are, from which court you are, and there are some of them that said, I must say thank you for your authenticity and the heart that you have, and for what you're doing in Simonstown. And in February, you said that no, you want to reach out to the people in Muizenberg because you want them not to incur that extra expense of getting to court. Thank you so much for your heart. And I know how hard you work and what you're going through. But sometimes people face adversities in life, but you will get over it. There's somebody else better on the horizon. Just hold on, just hold on. So you are always welcome. Yes, yes, you're not going back, and you're always welcome. My wife adore you, Richard. Jeandre is coming, and she needs to also get her outfit that you need to already start. She needs to get her outfit sorted out. And this morning, is Jeandre going to be here? Is Jeandre going to be here? I only want to say, but I'm also talking. Nobody wants to hear me. Thank you so much for coming, and I still see people being so excited. It must be the food over there at the back. I'm glad that you enjoyed the food. I have our youngest at heart to come and stand next to me so you can see who baked this morning. 2 o'clock this morning, she was still busy baking cake. She's sitting over there at the back with the white hair. Her name is Nikki Lancelas. She don't want to come over here to the pool for everyone online to see her. I'm sorry that you don't want to come online. She's over 80 years old, but she's the youngest at heart, and will always be there to come and do something or help or whatever she can do to assist at the community dialogue. She's always willing to assist and do whatever. When she heard that Fabian Daniels is not going to be here, she said, no, she'll bake cake. And there was a bake-off between her and some of the other ambassadors. We call our volunteers ambassadors. So yeah, please do come next week. Next Saturday, we're meeting over here again. I just want to ask you, for you that want to say thank you, if you can say thank you by just for Fabian Daniels and his mother. His mom is very sick, and she just was released from hospital, and that's the reason why he couldn't have the cafeteria open. But he promised me he will be back next week once his mom is a little bit better. And then there's another one of our mother-ins, Liesel Garnier. She's in hospital too. And I'd like you to pray for her as well as for her son. Son Tian is at home wondering if his mommy is going to come back, if his mommy is okay. So if you can keep Deon Goliath and specifically Liesel Garnier in your prayers, that's all that I'm asking, nothing else. I'll clean up over here even if you just do that for me, to say thank you to all of you for being here. Thank you for today's session. I just want to give a little bit of feedback about next week. Next Saturday, we are meeting over here again, and then we will have a session on the Domestic Violence Act. I know there was a lot of request that we have also talks on domestic violence at the community dialogue on maintenance. But it was decided that we need to focus purely on maintenance to make sure that we deal with maintenance. And that's the reason why we are having next week another dialogue specifically dealing with domestic violence. Myself, as well as Mr. Opperman, will take you to the domestic violence legislation. We will look at the Domestic Violence Amendment Act 14 of 2021 that was that commenced on the 14th of April. We'll go to all of those sections. Mr. Opperman and I have done the presentation before, so you're in for a good treat where we will go through the whole legislation with you. And then after, then I will also deal with the case law, and I'll show you some of the cases that have been decided out there for the legal eagles. So please come and join us next week, and we will go to all the different case law that's out there. And then I also want to show you the new forms. There's a lot of new forms that was brought about by the Amendment Act 14 of 2021. And I think it's important that you understand those forms. Now remember, warrant of arrest, the form 8, in terms of the warrant of arrest is not form 8 anymore, it's now form 33. All of those things we will explain in more detail to you. We will print all the forms and have all of it available electronically and online, and we will have a nice package that we are busy developing. We're almost done with it. It's just here and there that we want to add. We always have something else that we want to add. So we will make sure that it is available by Thursday. We'll try our best. By Thursday, we'll have all of the things already that we want to have in our information package. It's an information session. It is not, and I like what Jeandre said, it's not that we're going to be training you. It's a dialogue where we hear what is some of your problems, and we share and we inculcate that amongst one another and cross-pollinate one another with all of the information that we share. And that's the way we learn, and we take that further to the communities that we serve. Please let us get to the church groups, wherever we are, our youth groups, and speak about these things. And as I want to say, the presentations that we have over here is copyrighted, meaning you've got the right to copy it. So you copy it and you spread it to everywhere, wherever you want to, and make a copy and give it to whoever you want to give it to, and make sure each and every one of your friends, your family, your youth group, wherever you are, also have that information, and tell them that, listen, there's this every last Saturday of the month, we are having these dialogues, and you can come join where you can learn, and you can have a free cup of coffee. Nikki and her team over there at the back, Teresa, as well as the others that don't want to be known. I know who don't want to be known, so I'm not going to mention their names, but the volunteers that we call ambassadors, they are the real success behind the story. It's not me, it's not Mr. Opperman, it's not Mr. Jeandre, Advocate Jeandre Goliath. It's none of us. It's the people behind the scenes that are doing all the hard work, that are participating in making this a success. So I just come and talk over here, then everything is sorted out. The electronics, everything is sorted out. I just need to come and talk and share and impart my knowledge. So I want to say thank you to the ambassadors. I want to say thank you to some of the people that don't want me to mention their names. Your beautiful heart, wanting to just give and give for free.